very epic music, that one again. Something about the Civ music that just really gives you a good stirring of, I don't know, fervor, energy, enthusiasm, whatever it is. It's a lot of fun. Hello, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good whatever time it is for you. How's everyone doing? You're good? Hey, Van Bradley, how you doing? Good to see you on stream. Hey, Ben, you alright? I know the Civ 7 soundtrack is awesome. Yeah, we need to get the Civ 7 soundtrack on some sort of playlist that I can have on stream. I have a nice Spotify list that I run through for Civ 6, which has been tried, tested, and vetted to slip through the net of the YouTube algorithm copyright pirates. I haven't done the same thing with Civ 7 yet. I need to actually get around to doing that, probably. Excited for some Civ 7 Distant Lands shenanigans. Oh yeah, this game was testing the fragility and baseline of Civ 7. The mod had come in, the mod has done stuff, and now the game is trying to cope with it. It's a lot of fun. Today I heard a tune I thought I knew from Civ 6. Possibly? I don't know. Did they use Civ 6 tunes out and about? I'm not sure. It's on Spotify. It's publicly available noise, I guess you call it. I'm not sure. I guess there's nothing to stop people from playing it, which is a lot of fun. The Scottish tune. Okay. Just, bagpipes. Well, I mean, if you're at any Scottish event, such as football or rugby, you're going to hear some form of bagpipes, which will probably be on the Civ 6 soundtrack at some point. No doubt. Modders have no chill. It's true. The modders have come in. They have delivered sweet mod justice upon the game. And as I say, it is reeling. It doesn't know what to do with itself. And that's fine. All right, let me just move some things around in the background. We're doing all good. So how's everyone been? You had a lovely day? It's Friday, which means some of you will already be off work, having a weekend. Some of you will be looking forward to it, which is exciting. The problem about being a full-time YouTuber is that weekends aren't really a thing. You sort of work all the time. Not that it's a problem. It's a good thing. It's a good problem to have, because I get to play games all the time and film when I want. But even then, weekends still have a fun buzz. I still get excited on a Friday night, even though I end up working Saturdays and Sundays most of the time. It's all really good. Where's Gengar? Gengar's in shot. Gengar's kind of like, sort of there. You can just see his purple bottom on the edge of shot. He's alright. He's hanging. He's chilling. Maybe I've already played so much Civ 7. Things seem familiar already. Yeah, possibly. Try playing Civ 6 for 9 years. That'll do it. Then you find a lot of things are very familiar. Sick at home. Oh no. Isaac, I'm so sorry about that. Painfully tired, but cheerful. We have a stream today. There we go. Well, I'm glad you're happy that we are streaming. Does working out count as work? Well, it depends on how you're working out, I guess. But I guess also if you work in the fitness business, then that probably does count as work as well. If you've got a regular job and you're just at the gym, no, that doesn't count. Get back to work, you lazy sausage. What are you doing? Dear oh dear. Caught a cold, probably from a boyfriend since he teaches music to children. Oh, children do have colds all the time. Miranda, that sounds awful. I'm so sorry about that. Hope you feel better soon. Hope you feel better soon. Trying to switch my sleep schedule from night shifts to day shifts for my work. Very tiring. That sounds brutal. What's the best way of doing that? I imagine the sort of, if you're traveling west on a plane, you end up just staying up for a long time. Do you just try and stay up for 36 hours and crash at the end of it? I don't know what the reliable way of doing that would be. Not sure. Are you planning any more streams for tomorrow or this Sunday? No, probably tonight's stream will be it. And then we will be heading towards regular uploads from tomorrow again. I needed a little bit of time. We were supposed to be doing daily uploads since I got back from Hamburg, but alas, my illness and lack of voice were causing me issues, which were a little bit of a problem, so I needed a bit of time to get back. But here we are. I'm just going to quickly bring up the game, just because I want to set some stuff up in the background. You can see, that was interesting. The comments appeared very briefly there. Oh, no, the comments are there. Okay, the comments are working today. I don't know why they weren't working earlier. Yesterday they weren't working. Who knows why? I just want to go and check and see if we've got things working. Yes, we do. Okie dokie. Well, so what we're going to be doing today, just to keep you up with what's happening on the stream, we are going to be continuing with the game that we started yesterday, which is a huge map. This is a forbidden map size unlocked with the power of mods and dreams and nothing else. So we'll be playing this map. It started us on the distant lands. This was where I was supposed to spawn, but I didn't. We spawned over here instead. We got into a bit of a fight with Friedrich of Rome, and now we are having a lot of fun with the mechanics of whether or not the game is actually working, which it is. Just about. It's trying to. It's doing its very best. So this is a lot of fun. We're going to be cracking through exploration, trying to finish the game today by going through modern with Mr. Wide Boy himself, Xerxes, King of Kings, complete with his Corona Civica, +1 settlement per age. So we are the ultimate Wide Boy setup heading into the exploration age. You can see we've already got a settlement cap of 18. But for the beginning of the stream, anyway, I'm pleased to say we got somebody to chat with us for a little bit. We have a wonderful friend of the channel that's going to pop along and just have a bit of a word with us about Civ and all other things. The wonderful Pravus. Let me just see if he's ready to go. I'll grab him onto stream and we can chat with Pravus for a little bit. All right, let's start the voice call. See if this works. Hang on. I might have push to talk on. No, we're all good. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you? Sounds like your voice is better.
It's getting a lot better. Yeah, it's there. It took a while and a lot of very harsh German medicine, which was very effective, but slightly scarring at the same time. How have you been?
That sounds like the Germans.
Yes. How have you been?
Tired, mostly. Operating on, like 3-4 hours of sleep every night. It's actually an improvement from my first kid, so
wow.
I'm hanging in there, but haven't had as much time to play Civ as I would like.
Yes, well, that was going to be my question. Are you sort of able to escape through to play from time to time, or is it a case of just on call all of the time?
Oh, you're definitely on call all of the time. So my wife had a C-section, which means she's recovering from surgery at the same time. So
I see.
That typically means that you're going to be on call for not only the toddler, but for the newborn and for the mother as well. Yeah. So not a lot of gaming in my immediate future, but I'm hoping in the next week or two, I should be freeing up quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, what have you been playing? Have you been playing a lot of Civ in the brief amounts of time that you've had, or have you been sort of caught on other stuff?
Yeah. No, I've been having a lot of fun with it so far. It's been quite fun. I did finish up a campaign on the channel just before the early access began for everyone, as Xerxes, actually. So you're playing with my boy here.
So this version of, or did you go Archimed?
I did go for the King of Kings.
Yes.
I mean, it's fun. It's very conquest heavy. I like him.
He has a very good map sprawly technique to him, which I really like. That just anything that ups that settlement cap, and of course he just plays so magnificently into it, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I need to try playing with different cultures. For my series, I wanted to stick mostly with the semi-historical path, right? So Persians to the Abbasids to the Mughals, but I can imagine with his bonuses for conquest, he could be really good with lots of different civs. So I'm gonna have to play with him a bit more.
Yeah, I've kind of had a go with him with Persia. Persia, I'm still not convinced at. I feel like I'm not really getting the most out of Persia, at any rate.
I mean, you just have to be on the offense all the time. Otherwise, you're kind of wasting your only advantage, which is combat strength when you're attacking, and then you have pretty strong, unique units. But that's really it. So if you're not using them, it's kind of a giant waste. And I don't even think that their cultural traits are really that great compared to, let's say, Greece. So not my favorite choice.
Yeah, and even if you compare them to somebody like Rome, who I think they just seem to do a better job at what Persia wants to do. They've got that same sort of wide kit with a strong melee troop.
Especially if you have Augustus, honestly, though, as a leader. Like, he pairs so beautifully with Rome. This is kind of what I wanted everything in Civ 7 to be. I wanted all of the leaders to just have this beautiful pairing with their historical choice Civ. Yeah. I don't think all of them do, but I do think Augustus is a great example.
Yeah, Augustus does seem to work really, really well. So Augustus, remind me, he was, you can buy culture buildings and towns with Gusto, right?
Yeah, you can buy culture buildings. Gold goes further as well, and you get extra production in the capital for every town. So the more you conquer, and even if you don't convert them into cities, just the better off you're going to be, which just works great with Rome. Yeah,
I remember him being, I think he was the one I played in Baltimore, actually. Yeah, no, I was.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Same here. Absolutely obliterated the AI as Augustus. I've got a very good opinion of him.
I look back and I think, I wonder what setting they must have had us on Chiefdom when we played.
I don't remember what the new names are because they changed them up, but it was the closest thing to a normal difficulty.
Yeah. It was a lot of
Governor,
fun.
I think? Governor difficulty now is what
Governor
it's called?
might have been the one. Right. Yeah, it might have been Governor, actually. You might have.
I'm looking it up. It's Scribe, Governor, Viceroy, Sovereign, Immortal, and Deity.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Augustus is a lot of fun. But I find if we're going to go for the sort of Rome pairing, for me, it's Lafayette. He seems to just pair so well with Rome.
Really? Okay.
So he's got the combo.
Policy.
That's it, yeah. So he's got the extra policy that you can get from an endeavor. But it's the extra culture and extra happiness in all your towns. So conquer a little bit, get a little bit more. And then combat strength for every tradition in your government, which is exactly the same bonus as Legion. So the two stack on top of each other, and by the end of the age, you can get plus 12 combat strength Legion, which are
right. I didn't even think of that.
Balls. They are like little miniature tanks.
Now, that'll only be really effective in the Antiquity Age with the Legion, obviously. But so you can only get, let's say, maximum of 4 traditions in the Antiquity Age?
Yes, some have 3. Some civs have 3, some have 4. It's a little bit how, some civs don't have very much settlement limit and others do. I think there was... one of them, Axum, is quite an economic civ, and I remember that having no settlement limit in it, which was really infuriating, because you were sat there on
I don't really like Axum.
Yeah. Again, haven't quite got the hang of them. But yeah, Persia's just... I don't know. You should be able to just sort of wrecking ball with them, but I just can't quite get the hang of it. I never get the momentum that I get with other civs. I don't know. I
think the main advantage is that their commanders do start with the initiative promotion. So it's a little bit easier to kind of go on the offense. But yeah, again, that's their whole thing. You compare that with, let's say, surprisingly, the Mississippians or the Maria or the Khmer, and it's just like, I feel like there's a lot of better choices in the Antiquity Age than Persia.
Yeah.
Or Axum.
Or, yeah, that's fair. That is absolutely fair. But I've had a lot of fun with it, to be fair. I feel like I'm already looking forward to a bit of diversification, but just in terms of the sort of repetition of some of the legacy paths, you feel like you go through a few ages and there's a little bit of similarity between games sometimes. But then Civ 6 had that as a problem as well. So I'm not...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of how Civ always goes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Was 6 the first Civ that you properly got into in terms of like gameplay time, or were you 5 or 4?
I actually got started in Civ 4. My college friends got me into that, and that was actually my reawakening for my love for strategy games. I played a lot of RTS and Age of Empires and stuff when I was a kid, but then I got sucked into the world of first-person shooters and stuff like that for a long time. Then World of Warcraft for a good 3 or 4 years, and then my friends reintroduced me into Civ 4. We did some multiplayer LAN parties, and I discovered, oh, right, I actually like this. And you could actually say that is what kicked off my YouTube strategy career again, was Civ 4.
Oh, there you go. Civ brings us all back. Repeatedly.
It does. It really does.
That's really good.
I still think Civ 5 is my personal favorite of the bunch, but Civ 6 is a close second. I think they did a lot to really improve that game. I'm hoping that Civ 7 eventually can catch up to that. Not sure it's there yet, but maybe soon.
Yeah, you're always going to have the issue with... I mean, 5 had so much worked on in it post-release. And it was
Mhm.
whatever the last DLC was. I can't remember. Was it Brave New World that came in and just overhauled everything?
Yeah, I think that might be right.
Yeah, I do like 5. The problem I found with Civ 5 was out of all of them, that felt like the games were quite repetitive because it sort of limited you, or at least shoehorned you a little bit into like, this is the way to play. You need 4 really handsome cities with tradition, with a little bit of like extra food. Maybe late game you can spread out a tiny bit, but this is kind of how
the
we
early
want
days of Civ 6, where you had to have a set number of cities to get the best value out of all your amenities and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same problem, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see how it sort of plays out. But no, I've enjoyed 7. I think it's a lot of fun, which is the main thing that I was a little bit concerned about. As a content creator, if you know you're going to be spending a long time on a game trying to wrestle good video ideas that people want to watch, you always want the game to feel fun. That's the main thing.
Honestly, I think almost all of the content creators were very nervous coming out of Baltimore. That I mean, they did a very good presentation. Like, don't get me wrong, Firaxis and 2K took very good care of us. They showed us everything they could. They answered all their questions. They were very forthcoming. I mean, heck, you and I and Potato McWhiskey were bothering poor Carl until like 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
With all of our questions.
We really did. I remember sitting around the table with him. The poor man was like, I'm being lovely. I'm in my super diplomatic mode. I'm going to sit with you for as long as you want, but I'm tired. You can see it in my eyes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But still, even though they did go all out trying to persuade us about the game, I think most of us came away feeling very nervous. Just because it's different. It's extremely different, and we all know how the Civ audience kind of reacts to different. I mean, we all remember when Civ 5 came out, that was not very well received. When Civ 6 came out, that was not very well received. Same thing's happening probably to some degree here with Civ 7. The question is, will Firaxis find their footing and turn it around? Because that's what they've done before, and we're all kind of hopeful, and I think that the game has a tremendous amount of promise. I mean, you're absolutely right. It is fun.
Yeah.
But is it everything it could be? And I think that's what they've got to figure out.
Yeah. Where are they going to put...
Here. Hey, Carl.
Oh, it's Carl here. Hey. Oh, Carl. Hello. How you doing there? Carly's always hanging around stream. If anything, too much, I would say. I would say he should be working on the game more. Carl.
Ooh.
Come on.
Crack the whip, get back to work. Okay.
I'm joking.
I mean, you've got him here. What do you want to see them work on first? Like, what to you is like the most important thing to improve?
For me, the one thing that I would love to see, and I think especially when you hear about the feedback that people have on exploration, which is kind of what I'm cracking through at the moment, middle of the game, I would like to see some alternate legacy paths, or certainly like a little bit of randomness in how you can go about the legacy paths. Because I think that a lot of the flexibility of the game that Civ 6 did really, really well was about Eurekas and inspirations, right? If you go around the map, you settle on the coast, you get a little bit of a boost towards sailing, or maybe you pick up a few mines or workshops or whatever it is. You kind of play in different ways, and it encourages you to take different strategies. I feel at the moment that the legacy paths can be a little bit bottlenecked in terms of how you go about playing. Like you always know, I'm always going to try and make the specialist numbers on tiles go up, right? That's the science path. Get it to 40, have a few of them. It would be cool if there was a little bit of variation, either thrown at you through some sort of randomness, or whether or not there's like different pathways to go down. But it would be cool to it wasn't always relics from religion. Maybe there was like an alternative condition that could get you the points, just to sort of spice things up. You wouldn't need to change much of the mechanics of actually how the game was structured. It would just be an alternative way about going at it. That's what I would like to see, sort of legacy path variation. I
wonder if one way that you could fix that is actually to make the end legacy paths a little bit harder. And by that, I mean, it feels like even on Deity difficulty, it's not really hard to pursue all 4 simultaneously, even obtain all 4 of them. If you felt like you had to pick and choose more to play to the strengths of a particular leader or civilization, and you couldn't accomplish them all, you might feel like you've got more variation per game, even though it's the same basic mechanics.
Yeah, I actually think that's a really good point, because most of these paths are quite linear in terms of what you've got to do to achieve them, right? I mean, I'm looking at this one right now, Treasure Fleet. you simply just get treasure points, and the difference between having 0 and 30 is quite linear. It just goes up and up and up, 2 at a time, 3 at a time, 2 at a time, whatever you're earning. If there was an increase in difficulty towards the end that you had to specialize for, that could be really interesting.
Or an extra twist at the end beyond just the points. You need the points and you need to accomplish some other particular goal. Something just to make it more difficult, so you really had to work for it.
Yeah. And I think that was maybe flirted with in the modern age a little bit, because you complete your legacy path and then there's some sort of game-winning project that you've got to run, right? Either with the science, putting projects up, or have a bank. That's the sort of little quest that could potentially be thrown in and given a bit of complexity towards the end. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. It's interesting. Sorry, I should really change the name of the stream so that we have... Pravus is here. Pravus, advertise you. I apologize for not making that too clear. Pravus is...
Sorry, did you ever try playing a game called Millennia?
I certainly did, yes. It was
you did.
Interesting experience.
I wouldn't say it's the best experience, but I think there was one thing to learn that kind of speaks to what you're saying, as far as the fact that you could change how the world progressed and what the goals were going to be between ages, right? You could have a very standard historical moving on to like an Iron Age, or you could have the Age of Blood, right? Those kinds of things.
Yeah.
That changed things up. And Millennia was a game that I've said before, and I've kind of joked that I think that if it had the same level of caliber and development experience as a team like Firaxis, if they had taken that concept with that experience, you would have had a much, much better experience, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like something like that would have worked really well in something like Civ VII, where you actually can have more branching paths for history progression. I kind of wonder if in the future we might see some mods that let you change up what kind of ages and objectives you're going to have as you play the game.
Yeah, I could see that. Alternative pathways, alternative win conditions, alternative progression systems. I think that would be... I can think of quite a few in Civ 6 that were put in that did a very similar thing. There's some fantastic mods that added entire victory types to the game and had changed the way that projects worked. And yeah, no, I mean, Millennia was an interesting one. You're right. The ability to change how the game unfolded was really interesting. I remember the first time I went through the later stages of the game and hit, I think it was like the Age of Ether, or the one where all the mountains erupted with sort of magical power, and you had these weird early sort of, I don't know what you call them, wind farms, or like an energy system that was thrown into the game rudimentary before it should have come in. And I remember thinking, I haven't seen any of these buildings before. That's genuinely really cool. This is awesome.
Right. Or you could take humanity down like a steampunk era or something like that. Like, it was really, really cool how they did that. Again, I just don't think it was the best execution, but the idea behind it was really engaging. And I thought, with this kind of level of quality with Civ 7, man, it could have been a really cool idea. I almost want to see something like that implemented here.
Yeah, I could see that. For me, it's all about variation. I think... I have a lot of inner completionist in the way I go about a game. If you give me a bunch of quests or a bunch of objectives that you want to hit, I cannot help but try and hit them all. And I think a lot of people are like that. You know, we've got culture, economic, military science, and there's quests in all of them. It doesn't matter if I'm trying to play science or culture or whatever I'm trying to do. I'm going to always try and hit everything. So a game that really makes you choose what you're doing, that for me is like interesting. That's a really fun mechanic that really gets you to focus about what you're doing and says, no, you can't have everything. You've really got to think about this. And you can't have everything every game. It's not the same every game. Some stuff might be totally locked. And if you don't unlock it properly, you will never see this in this game until maybe your second run or your third run. And that might close another door or open another one. Yeah, that's interesting, I think. Yeah,
and I don't feel like we have that right now in Civ 7. I mean, again, at the high difficulties, to a degree, yeah, sure. Depending on how you play, depending on your start, maybe you can't get to the final step for certain paths, but odds are pretty good you can make very solid progress. You can probably beat the AI at any of these legacy paths. So I don't know. I feel like we're missing that right now. Yeah. But that might change.
I think so. I think that is exactly the sort of thing that will be iterated on quite quickly. And I mean, we called it pretty quickly within the community. I know I certainly was one of the people that quite quickly said, you know what I think? I think there might be a fourth age. I think they may be throwing in a fourth age in DLC here.
Oh my gosh, it's so obvious. Yes.
Yeah.
100%. If they don't do a futuristic age, they are missing out on so many opportunities. Of course there's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. The way they truncated the tech, as they have done in the modern age, but then even when the game came out, and there's so many, I mean, bless them, there are so many assets and legacy points that give you things at the end of modern, suggesting that there may be something coming after it, and you sort of look at it and you think, okay, yeah, we were absolutely right on this. So I hope that by giving the end of the game a little bit more love, maybe giving a fourth age or some sort of more enhanced victory conditions, maybe we'll see a little bit of variation popping up then. Or maybe they'll have the confidence to play around with the end of the game, and then those sort of changes will get passed back through the beginning of the game in future updates. I mean, I could see DLC coming in later to add an entire legacy path in. I mean, religion is, I know it's obviously, this was a big point that we were speaking about in Baltimore, was the idea that religion had been very much contained and trapped within one age of the game, as opposed to being a sort of gameplay mechanic.
Yeah. I really do not like what they did with religion in this game, if I'm honest. I feel like that has ruined what was a pretty fun system in Civ 6, and this feels like they added it more of an afterthought. I really don't like it at all.
It does feel like it needs fleshing out quite a bit.
The bonuses are kind of bizarre. I don't really like the way that you convert. I don't like that there's no way of defending. I don't like that at the end of a game, religions are a hodgepodge mix match all over the world, right? There's no religious pressure. There's no core, culture interwoven with that religion that kind of sticks to your empire, and you can expand those like borders. No, it's just kind of free for all. Whoever sent missionaries over there, and I didn't bother producing more missionaries, therefore it's just going to have like 6 different religions across my empire. And it's just I don't know. It's just dumb. I don't like it. I really don't.
There are aspects. Yeah, there are aspects of it that I think have potential. I think a lot of the religious abilities giving you benefits by spreading your religion to other places, that mechanism has potential. You want to have a religion that you actively want to be using and spreading and annoying your neighbors and going into some sort of holy war of some kind, right? That you need to be encouraged to move your religion outside of your borders. Otherwise you do the sort of typical Civ V thing where you just keep it within your cities and you never spread it, and there's kind of no real point in doing anything with it. I don't mind the fact that religions can produce relics. I think it's a very simple system, but that is not a bad idea. And I don't actually mind the simplified version of you have urban citizens, you have rural citizens. Okay, very simplified. It makes it easy to understand. But you're right. You need to have missionaries that can get attacked or defended, or you to be able to stop them, because at the moment it's just like, oh well, I've got 7 charges, you've got 6 charges, so we'll just trade charges for a while until eventually it balances out at whoever's going to be winning. You need to have some sort of combat system in there. I totally agree.
But what it's turned into is whoever's willing to waste more money or production on it. That's all it is. And it's like, there's so much else I want to do with those. Those are much more important resources to be used for expanding my economy, my military. And I get stuck playing this mini game that's not incredibly rewarding. And it feels like it's stopping me from playing the rest of the game. That's why I don't like that current system at all. So what I end up doing when I play in Deity is I go for the belief where you can get, I think it's extra gold, science, and culture for converting enemy cities that have wonders built in them.
Oh, yes, yeah.
That way, I can just focus my efforts on really controlling, like, let's say, 3 or 4 cities, and I don't even bother trying to expand everywhere. I just go with my maximum benefit that's easily managed. That's the best value per production, and then I move on with the rest of the game. And that doesn't feel like how religion ought to work in a civilization game.
No, it doesn't. And I think this is one of those things that there is a little bit of a problem with the balancing of the game in terms of the benefits and things that you're doing, because you're right, it is one of those easier to get you around. I'm trying to see if anybody's got this religion in my game. Oh, no, so here's the version of the natural wonder one. So 8 culture, gold, and science for every tile that has a natural wonder on it. Fine. easy to understand. In this game, and I'm only on turn 31, it's online speed, I'm rocking 400 science, 700 culture. It does not matter how many cities I spread my religion to. It will have no impact, negligible impact, almost zero. I think the balance definitely needs to be worked on in terms of the actual impact the religion has, because it's one of these funny games where we're bouncing between fixed bonuses of this will give you 3, this will give you 5, this will give you 6, and then there are other bonuses that say, this will give you 10%, or some sort of multiplicative bonus, which is totally different. Religion just doesn't feel like it has much impact. I think that's the biggest thing. And we were spoilt in Civ VI. Religion was fundamentally attached to every sort of win condition because you had faith. You had a resource. You could use faith to produce science. You could use faith to produce culture, gold. You could raise entire militaries on it. You could buy great people with it. It was a system that rewarded you for using it throughout the game. If you play a religious Civ that's high on faith, it is an entire strategy. Whereas
you didn't need it, but it was a great supplement always if you could play around it. Yeah,
huge supplement. Absolutely, it encouraged you to engage with it, because if you didn't engage with it, you felt like you were missing out on something. Once I've spread my religion at the beginning of the game, I've got my relics. I'm just like, meh, I don't know.
Well, and even then, doesn't that feel weird? Like, the whole point is you have religion just for a cultural legacy, and you're okay with spreading this new faith across the world. Okay, I got my relics. I don't care what you believe anymore. Goodbye. It's just like, that's not how religion works, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I wonder if instead of fixed relics, because at the moment, whatever we're doing with the religion, we generate a relic, and then you've kind of got this coin that you pass around your empire, and it's a currency. You can't lose it. I wonder if whatever you've done with your religion, instead of a relic, it's a fixed point on the map of control, of power, of some sort of influence that your religion is giving you, and you have to retain control of it. If you're there, you spread your religion to a wonder city, and you are generating 2 relics worth of power, and somebody comes in and goes, nope, I'm going to respread this religion, then maybe you lose the bonus of that. I mean, potentially that would encourage you to fight with it a bit more, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. It's hard to say. I think Benjamin Weedle makes a good point in chat. There is at least one area where religion does supplement, and that's going for the militaristic legacy. Because you get those extra points for having distant land settlements that are of your religion.
Yeah.
So it is at least a little bit tied, I guess. But it just doesn't feel like enough.
No, it needs to be integrated into the core mechanics of the game. A lot more than just generating relics. I hope it's one of those things that will be improved upon in time, because religion didn't get a very good shake of the stick in either launch game, as far as I'm aware, in 5 or 6. And I, to be honest, I don't really know beyond 5. I'd never played 4. 5 was my first. So I'm not sure.
Didn't really matter, to be honest. You could have all religions founded in your civilization. It wasn't really that important. You got some bonuses, but meh.
Yeah.
But 4 is a whole different beast. You remember, though, we were sitting in Baltimore and talking with Carl, and we were trying so hard to pry information about religion, because that was one thing they would not talk about.
They wouldn't talk about it. They were so... And to give him credit, he was incredibly good at not revealing information.
Did his job. It was good.
He was good. And we were probing. We really were, like, keen on any bit of information we could get. And he wanted to talk to us. That was the difference. It would have been very easy for him to just sort of... What's that?
The 2K representative sitting there that was just like, was not letting him talk. It was just very clearly like, no, we will talk about this at a later date.
he was quite clearly getting a chaperone. It was like, no, why didn't you just leave Carl to us for a while? Just have a beer. Have another beer. It's fine. You don't need to worry about trying to hide anything from us. Not us.
We just needed to pass that 2K guy a laxative. Just get him out of the room.
An informational laxative. That's what we need.
Yeah. This is how espionage works, man.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do.
Exactly. But yeah, he told us about it, but it was basically antiquity. Anything in antiquity, we'll talk to you about. Anything else, nah, go fish. which was both annoying and I could sort of, I don't know why they did it like that. Maybe, do you think it was just because the game wasn't ready?
I think they just didn't want us to leak things before they could control the message. And fair enough, right? Like with a game this big, like you do not want to bring in a few content creators and have like a couple of them be those guys who, they've got the inside scoop and they show off everything regardless of the embargo, and it's better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and then just, they get tons and tons of views for it, and it creates a hullabaloo. I mean, heck, we content creators were already struggling enough hearing what we had just heard about the Antiquity Age. Imagine if they had told us more, then someone leaked all of it. Yeah. How would the internet and the Civ community have reacted? With no context, with no easing in an explanation, it wouldn't have worked. It would have exploded. So that's why they did it that way, I think. And I understand it. But we were very quick to identify the parts of the game that we were nervous about, that we thought would be the most controversial. And we were right.
I know. So many of the things that we called, hey, this game feels a little bit dark, doesn't it? Does anyone else come out from this feeling that a lot of the user interface is quite grey and
that was such a common complaint. We all thought it was a placeholder. We really did. We were like, this is a placeholder UI. Surely it's not going to be this. And then that's what they went with. Yeah. And it's one of the things people hate the most. And it's like, wow, I don't personally care that much. Like, to me, it really doesn't matter. The gameplay mechanics are so much more important. But
absolutely,
it is funny that we all voice that concern.
Yeah.
And they still went with it.
Yeah, they still went with it. Yeah, no, you're right. Ultimately, the actual color palette for me doesn't particularly matter. The only bits that really make a meaningful difference to me is the overall color contrast of the map. I find with the Fog of War, everything can just be very dark and grey. I think it's just one of those things with the particular sort of metallic dark shine on the Fog of War and the tiles you haven't revealed. It can look a little bit dark.
It does kind of have a sheen to it, doesn't it? Like one of those metal posters you'll see ads for, that kind of a thing to it.
Yeah, it does. It's sort of, there's a sun somewhere above the left-hand side of the screen. You can see it sort of shining on it. But yeah, it's interesting. The main thing that I really wish they would change is to make it clearer when a button has been pressed or not. And I mean that in terms of like an audio feedback, like a more crunchy click to a lot of buttons. There's a lot of things you do in the game where you click something and you're not entirely sure if it's worked, like buying things in cities or selecting units and stuff. You need it to be like a really crunchy response, but it also goes through a lot of these policy boxes or the attribute boxes. It's just like a tiny little tick in the top right. I want the whole thing to shine or change color or be like, yes, you have selected this. This is done. This is complete. Rather than just sort of, it's all a bit of the same.
Yeah, I could see that. Again, it doesn't matter all that much to me. What's far more important to me is getting the information I need in order to make informed decisions.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So little things like, the fact that towns, it is a pain in the ass to figure out. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on your stream. If it's difficult to find out if towns, like which city they're paying tribute to, right? Things like that. These are things that could inform some decisions I make as I play the game, but you don't really make that forthcoming. So I kind of have to just make some assumptions that everything's working as intended.
Yeah, because it's not. And I remember having conversations with Carl when we were, before launch, trying to work out, well, I've got this town, and it looks like it's a road to the city, but it doesn't change the food and what's going on, and is it connected? And it actually turns out that a lot of the connections aren't properly working as they should. There should be a lot more of a daisy chain effect going on, right? So if I've got a town down here in my screen, this town is miles away from everything, but in exploration, it should connect up to another city within 15 tiles. So the road you should be able to literally count it. But once it connects to something, that is then, in theory, reset. The 15 tiles then bounces to the next one, and to the next one, and to the next one. And that should daisy chain all the way. So it doesn't matter if my town was 60 tiles away from my city. As long as there's a sequential connection that takes you there, it should be connected. But that's not how it's currently working. It is literally just if it is within range of one settlement. That's
interesting.
And it just is or it isn't. And we only found that out because I sent Carl some save files, being like, this should be connected, but it's not. Everything you're saying to me, I totally agree with, apart from the fact the answer is not coming out true. And he took my save file, looked at it, and went, yep, fair play. I think I know what we've done.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, I did not know that. I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only person who was bothering Carl and sending save files and trying to get explanations, though. I was doing the same thing in several cases.
Yeah, I mean,
especially with specialists. And if you look at your ledgers for your cities,
yes,
to try and figure out like what resources they're supposed to be producing, they clearly do not add up. And it's like, well, what is this? Because I can't figure out exactly where I have buildings that are not producing like the right resources between ages, where I need to overbuild, etc. Like you say it's +7, +36, +11, -7. Why is it still 0? That's not how sums work. That's weird.
Yeah, there is something else here that is subtracting a good chunk, and I can't.
I need to know where. Help me.
Yeah, absolutely. But you asked me, so what do I want to see change? What's the biggest thing that you want to see coming through the sort of, whether it's the first couple of patches, whether it's the first DLC, what have you got your eyes on in terms of what you want to see?
To me, the biggest issues I have with the game are things I don't think can be changed anymore. I think they've chosen a direction and they've gone with it. So the biggest controversial issues to me, I think, are going to be the ages and the culture changes, right?
Yeah.
The ages I'm okay with. I agree with you from what we said earlier. It can kind of feel like you get shoehorned with different objectives. But having talked with the devs, I did my interview with Firaxis. I see what they're going for. I see how it could work. I can get used to that system. I'm okay with ages being what they are, even though it does feel very disjointed at times, and it feels like 3 completely separate games in a marathon, as opposed to one flow of history, right? I get that, though. I think for me, the bigger issue is actually the culture changes. I really still do not love that system. I understand what they're going for with like history is built in layers. No culture does remain static over time. It has always been bizarre that you could found America in 4000 BC in any other Civ game.
Yeah.
But the fact that I can just choose completely disjointed stuff, we've all heard it. We all said it in Baltimore. I'll say it again. It feels very much like Humankind, and I'm sorry, Humankind was not very well received.
No.
What Firaxis did right was not have too many ages where you're changing your culture too often. And that was something I specifically asked in one of my interviews with them. And they heard that message, like loud and clear. Do this too often and people feel disconnected.
Yeah.
But I would have preferred, I think, a more logical system at launch. So, where the default settings for the game were to pick your culture in the Antiquity Age, and by default, you were locked into following a natural progression from, let me give you an example, from if you played Rome, you would naturally progress to something like, let's say, Venice, and then in the modern age, you become Italy, right?
Right.
That would be your default path. You would follow that, period, full stop. And if you wanted to have an option in the game, a game option, as a free-for-all setting, you could do that. And I feel like that would have been a better system to kind of streamline what feels like a believable flow. There are problems with that. Like, what do you do with cultures like, let's say, the Incans who kind of die out before the modern era?
Right,
I
exactly.
mean, with some things you can do that with, like Peru and stuff. Okay, fine. I mean, the Aztecs could eventually become Mexico, but there are some gaps in a few areas, especially when other powers come in and destroy a culture or they colonialize an area, etc. So it's not a perfect system, but I would have much preferred to see that at launch. The problem is then you would have to have kind of like 3 times the cultures that we have right now. So it would have been a much larger endeavor. But for the price that you have to pay for Civ 7, I think that's what I would have liked to see to be happy with it. And they did not go down that route. Yeah,
I could see that, to be honest with you. I think you're right. You want your decisions to feel meaningful. You want anything you do in the game to have legacy and to have impact. So if I've taken a cultural route, if I've made these changes, I want to feel like it's really impacted my game. And if you've got too much flexibility in how you can go from Civ to Civ, it's just very random. It's very woolly. There's not a lot of continuity there.
Well, I mean, like, one of the most important things in any strategy game, right, is learning how to work within certain boundary conditions and how to optimize those to, like, solve a problem, right? And I understand that Firaxis wanted to give you lots of choices, lots of options. If you wanted to play as Egypt and then become the Mongols, you could do that. Fine. Okay. Sure. It's a sandbox game. I understand that. But not being able to become the Mongols, having to stick to a specific path, having certain strengths and weaknesses that I could predict, and learning how to navigate that would actually have increased the replayability for me. Whereas with what we have right now with this free-for-all system, this is exactly what humankind was. There are going to be certain cultures that people are going to eventually decide these are S tier.
Yeah.
And regardless of anything that came before, as long as they can complete the objective to unlock them, then that's what they're going to go with many, many times.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to me, in a weird way, this extra freedom actually reduces replayability. And that's kind of counterintuitive, but at least that's the way I feel about it.
Yeah. I think easy fixes for that would be to increase the difficulty of what you have to do to unlock a civilization. To have thresholds to be much more even difficult to obtain or more meaningful based on your play pattern, right? If you're going to do something, it's not just like, oh, if I have, I mean, what was the Mongolia one? 3 horses on the map and I unlock Mongolia, or France is 3 sources of wine. If you settle wide enough, you're going to do that in every single game you do. There's no way you can miss that. But that gives you the opportunity later down the line to have an option, as you say, where you can increase the flexibility of those rules. You can have wildcard picks. You can make it easier.
Right.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that one. I think there needs to be more of a meaningful transition. For me, with the building in layers, as you were saying, I feel that bit is not leaned into heavily enough. I really quite like the idea that you've got a bunch of buildings and they become obsolete in a new age and you have to overbuild them. And there's this whole mechanism of building up your city in layers. You've got a 3D city rather than a 2D city. Fine. Love it. All on board for that. But there's no real overbuilding mechanic at all. It doesn't really matter what you build on top of another. There's no meaningful mechanism or system right now that rewards you for engaging with that, other than the fact that all of the buildings you've had from before are just obsolete now. And they're draining happiness and they're draining gold and whatever the maintenances are. But if I go, science to science, it doesn't increase my science output. Or if I go from, say, if I turn a culture building into a food building, it's no different.
It doesn't matter
at all. That is the mechanism I really want to see fleshed out. There's potential.
I would like to see that too. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the closest thing you have to that right now is just the fact that if you built your city intelligently, you have adjacency bonuses where it still makes sense to build a science on top of a science. But not always, right? As the city grows, that might change a little bit. So that kind of sort of exists, but I do agree. I feel like they could really flesh that out and make that a big part of the game, and it'd be far more engaging to do that. Yeah,
I wouldn't mind if they really lent into that more. It's an integral part of the game. It's something they decided at a very early stage. We want our entire game to sort of revolve around this. So why not just go ham and
go
really go all out? Yeah, exactly. Lean into it. Feels like the area that they could a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right on that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in the next few expansions we'll see something like that happen. I think so. How do you feel about the monetization model for Civ 7? Because that's another thing I've seen as a big criticism. I'm curious your take on that.
It's difficult. I mean, I don't particularly buy a lot of games new. Outside of my work, a lot of the games I buy tend to be games that are on sale, that have been out for a little while, either have had Game of the Year, either have had a lot of patches or discounts or whatever. And that's generally because I don't get to play a lot of games outside of work, right? I wait until things have come out for a little while, I look for reviews, and I go for the ones I know my friends are playing and tend to sort of scoop later. So I understand a lot of what people are saying in terms of the waiting aspect, and if you don't want to get it on launch, 100% here for you. That's actually how I operate personally. DLC, for me, the perfect window of DLC, because I'm a PC man, I work in Steam amounts of time. Steam sales are every quarter, right? You've got a spring, a summer, an autumn, a winter. Personally, I like to see at least 2 Steam sales go through before DLC is put out. A good half year, a good 2-quarter system, where something's had a little bit of time to breathe out, for people to get a sense of what they like, what they don't like, the developers to have a bit of time to... You've got this idea of what the game is and what people are going to like and what people are going to want more of. But you need to let that breathe. Now, it's not perfect because DLC will frequently be made years down the line, right? I wouldn't be surprised if up to DLC 3 is already being worked on behind the scenes. But it's that rapid iteration of throwing something so quickly. I don't know. Either put it at launch or give it some space. That for me is... It's too close, I think.
Yeah, it does give the impression that they had all the assets, they had the vision, they knew what they wanted to do, and then they chose to paywall certain things. And I think with a game like Civ VII, which is already struggling to win the goodwill of its audience, like all new Civ games have, but especially Civ VII because it is so radically different. That's going to be one area where they kind of, I think, dropped the ball. I don't think it was smart to kind of show the roadmap of how they have all these different new things coming down the pipeline so soon after release. It's like, you could have had all this for us up front.
Yeah.
And instead, you're making us pay more for a game that we're not even fully sold on yet.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of that is... Yeah, I think that's a little unfortunate as well, because if the game had come out to glowing 95% Steam ratings, I don't think it would have been such a problem. It's the doubling of the fact that there's been issues on launch, so people have felt a little bit burnt, I think.
Plus, it also feels like some of the early DLCs, according to their roadmap, or some of the leaks that came out, are going to be pretty cosmetic, or rather like more like flavor packs, not really transformative. So again, that's even more like you could have just released this. This isn't even something where you had to sit down and figure out how do we rebalance mechanics of the game around this new feature that's going to change how you play. No, these are things that just could have come out. You had them ready. You chose not to give it to us.
Yeah.
And I don't know. So I play a lot of Paradox interactive games on my channel.
Say no more.
Yeah, anyone who knows that immediately knows. Oh yeah, DLC heaven. It's almost as bad as The Sims at this point. I mean, oh god.
Now that is a statement. Sims has a special place in DLC hell.
yeah, it's true. But no, even with Paradox games and stuff, I mean, you see how over time the goodwill of an audience kind of starts to erode, especially if it doesn't feel like the DLC or what you're being asked to pay for like really makes much of a difference to the game. At some point, it feels like you're creating things just to take advantage of the people who have FOMO than actually working hard on your game. You go for the easy, low-hanging fruit to just keep influxing some extra money. I have no problem with expansions. I've got no problem with DLCs. I actually love seeing that because I know that this is how you fund the continued development of a game and make it even better. Like this could be good. As long as the base game is fun by itself, new content that adds to it can only be a good thing for me. I'm happy to pay for that.
Yeah. Agreed.
But, as I've seen with Paradox, and I'm afraid I'm about to see with things like Civilization, what you'll have is a major expansion every 8 to 12 months, maybe, with like 2 or 3 flavor packs introduced in between that'll also cost like $15 or something along those lines. And people are going to start getting fatigued very quickly, I think. Yeah. And that may be an issue where even if they do end up fixing a lot of problems with Civ VII, and it ends up being a phenomenal game, which I hope they do, that could still end up kind of sinking the game. So that's like another major concern that I have, I think, going forward. Yeah,
I think these are valid concerns. These are very, very valid concerns. You've got to give something meaningful. For me, DLC is something that is game-changing. It takes a game that you know and love, and you know you're going to spend good time on, you know you're going to really enjoy it, and it turns it on its head. It gives it a totally new way of playing it. And I think there are a lot of Paradox games that, we joke about Paradox all the time, but a lot of the DLC they put out does that very well. Hearts of Iron is a very classic example of every time DLC comes out, they add countries that have new sort of things that mods have been brought in, so there's bits of it that are like, okay, right, I don't care if Italy has a second tree or Romania or whatever. But it then adds in...
like alternate history?
Well, if you like alternate history, yeah, maybe. But it brings in new mechanisms as well. Like it will change the equipment designer, or it'll change the spy system. Something will get brought in every time, and you look at the game and you're like, okay, right, it doesn't matter how many games I've played of this, there is now something meaningfully new in the actual base and foundations of the game that are going to change how I play this game.
It's funny you bring up Hearts of Iron specifically as an example, because I actually think that is true sometimes, and that's kind of the game I had in my head when I was criticizing Paradox there. They've released quite a few DLCs, like let's say the South America one that came out, which is really just a bunch of focus trees.
Yeah.
And hey, that's fun, sure, cool, all right. I mean, modding communities can do that for free, but you know, that's cool. It's really the expansions that do fundamentally change the game. Like you said, with, you know, Spies and La Resistance and stuff like that. Like that is the stuff that I care about. That's the stuff that I like to see. And as long as they keep doing that, and they keep iterating on the game and adding in new reasons to play it, go back and experience what you had before with a new, fresh approach.
Yeah.
That's what I think excites people.
Yeah.
And we're just going to have to see if they're going to do that. By the way, Van Bradley apparently says I'm wrong here. The next flavor path is coming out next month, and it's $30. Jeezums. That is insane.
yeah. It is expensive. Ugh. It is expensive. And it's tough, isn't it? Because you have conversations where people go, is the game worth it? And you say, well, the base game is 100% worth it. Absolutely. If you're going to spend hundreds of hours on a game and it's, what, $60, $70 or whatever it is in your local currency, then absolutely. But yeah.
Oh, for the base game, sure.
Sure.
But what if you want to have IMSA and you want to have the Founders Pack and stuff like that? It's funny. I was actually talking to some other YouTubers in a different chat, one of which has not seen anything about Civ 7, knows nothing. He's basically boycotted Civ because I guess they ghosted him for a Civ 6 key some years back, and he's just got to grow.
Whatever. Okay, nobody kept with it. No. Nobody stuck with him.
All right, fine, whatever. But it's funny because he said I can just see the monetization now. I bet you they're going to have like the base game, and then they have a deluxe edition and a Founders edition, and they're going to charge like $140 for it. I'm like, you're actually shockingly close. Like, oh god.
Yeah.
Yep. That's kind of the state of the industry right now.
Yeah. And people, and it's like, what answer can you give? Is it worth it? I mean, at that price, that is a personal decision that you've got to make. You've got to look at this and think, well, do you think you're getting value for?
Well, I think
it's tough.
It's one of those areas where we as content creators aren't really in a good position to make that argument.
No,
because most of the time we get these games for free. You know, we're pretty desensitized to a lot of these prices. Like I personally have hundreds of games that I've been given for free. Like, the costs don't really affect me that much.
No.
So it's easy for me to say, this game's amazing, you should get it. But like, I'm missing an entire factor of that value proposition because it just doesn't hit me in the same way it does for other people. So I don't know. I think it's one of those things where the best I can do as a content creator is, look, these are the merits of the game. This is how you can play it and have fun with it. You know, here's the pros, here's the cons. And then, you really do have to just step back and say, this is your own personal decision based on what I've shown you. You know, I've exposed it the best I can. You'll have to make your own decision there, but I can never really tell anyone this is worth the money because I'm desensitized there.
And the bit that I struggle with as well is that you can't get a good sense of what money is worth for different people. Everyone's in an entirely different circumstance. Everyone has different amounts of time. Everyone has different priorities. The decision of whether or not something is worth it is inherently personal. And it's not something that I can weigh in accurately on and say, well, actually, I do think this is worth it or not worth it, because it is a very different question for a lot of people. You're right. All you can do is just sort of say, well, this is the game. This is what I'm liking. This is what I'm disliking. And just make your conclusion.
But I guess what I mean is, as a content creator, it's difficult for me to even make the argument it's worth it to me. Like, I almost don't even have my own personal opinion on that, because like, I didn't pay for it. So like, how can I say what's worth it to me? It's very easy to say.
Well,
so
I guess the answer to that is quite simple. It is worth it because you paid nothing. But
sure, yeah, it's infinitely worth it to me. But like,
it's
you can
quite
say that
literally
about,
off the graph.
How about Millennia? Millennia was infinitely worth it to me.
Oh man,
I paid nothing. And it wasn't that great of a game. So. Same with Humankind, same with Old World, same with et cetera.
Yeah, Old World isn't one I played at all, actually.
Really? Oh, it's a very good game.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. A lot of diehard people really like that one, so I've been meaning to play it more.
It's a very well designed game. I wouldn't say it's quite as addictive to me as Civ, but it's very well designed. I highly recommend you give it a shot by Soren Johnson. Like, he's the guy who made Civ 4.
Right.
So he understands how to make a good 4X game, in my opinion.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense.
but it's also different. It's not a Civ clone. It's actually more of I think, a cross between kind of the role play of Crusader Kings mixed with
okay.
the dynastic leadership of a Civ, and you don't progress all the way to like the future era. It's more time bound as well. So those dynasties matter. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Let me know if you want a key to that. I could probably hook you up with something. With,
that's very sweet. It's a game I need to. Yeah. If it reminds you at all of Crusader Kings, that was a game that was totally different to what I expected it to be. I very much expected it to be a sort of real-time medieval simulator, and what it is just a story game of characters and assassinations and a whole lot of RNG that is just thrown at you.
Yes, that's on the mild side. There are really messed up things you can do in that game.
Oh yeah, really.
The latest DLC, they introduced basically the ability to be an adventurer, not actually like tied to any particular land, right? You're just like wandering around the world.
Right.
So I created a thug, a crime lord, basically, who went around and did all manner of horrible things around the world for money. Up until the point where I ended my campaign by performing the greatest heist ever and stealing the Pope. At which point, the Vatican was not willing to pay for him. So I said, okay, I'm going to feed him to my crew. I ate the Pope. It was awful. It's just some horribly messed up things you can do in that game. But that's a really cool example of like some of the sandbox you can have. We're getting really off topic for Civ 7, but it's funny.
We need to. Hey, I've got a lot of Civ 7 I'm going to probably be playing over the next few years. We've got to pad this out. We've got to talk about the options. No, it is interesting. It was a very different game than I was expecting when I first picked it up. A lot of fun. Like a huge amount of fun. Huge learning curve, as Paradox games always are. I still have never hit my head so hard against my computer than when I decided it would be a good idea to try and learn Victoria 3. Nobody.
Oh no!
Nobody.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It doesn't work. It doesn't matter how many guides you watch. It doesn't matter how much information you pick up. It will break you. That game. It is horrible.
I don't even want to talk about Victoria 3, man. I played that at Paradox Con in Stockholm. They flew me out for that one, and they were really hoping I was going to like it and put it on the channel.
Oh,
and I got home and then promptly never touched it again. So yeah, that game was a disappointment.
It's just learning curve at the very least, and unobtainable from different perspectives. I don't know.
The next game that I really want to try out, which you will definitely want to try at some point. I don't know if you ever played Endless Legend, but the sequel's coming in. I loved
Endless Legend. That was a great game. Great game.
Super awesome game. Yeah, the sequel's coming out, so
is it?
I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay. Now that
Did you not hear it?
I haven't heard about it. I tell you, no YouTuber is more of an ostrich than I am. I do Civ, and I know very little else. I need to expand my horizons more. Endless Legend 2, there it is.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Makes sense. You know, everyone's got their niche. But if you ever decide you want to branch out and try some variety content, man, you look me up. That's what I do. It's got a different business model to it, but you get to try a lot of different things. And I think the more games you try, the more you get to recognize like patterns and thoughts and decisions made by game developers, which makes you appreciate other games even more.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds great. Here's to a fun couple of years with a lot of cool stuff coming out. I definitely want to dip my toes into more. See if I can do some different stuff. It's good. Yeah. To be honest, just even having a new Civ game at the very least has been a blessed creative boon for me to get my teeth into.
Do you anticipate that Civ 7 is going to become the new staple for your channel, or are you thinking you'll go back to some Civ 6 or kind of mix and match?
I don't think Civ 6 is dead per se. I think we'll definitely go back and do some stuff on it, but Civ 7 is... I enjoy it enough, and creatively there's enough fun narrative and interesting gameplay that I can wrangle out of it to make some content for at least the immediate future. So I'm enjoying it on that point of view.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm glad that it's worked for you. I do think Civ 7 is a fun game. I think it's got a lot of great potential. I want to see it be the best game that it can be. And it's so close. I just feel like with a few good tweaks, it could actually end up it could end up being one of the better Civ games.
Yeah.
I don't think it's there yet, though, but I think it could be.
Yeah. And it is a tale of oldest time when it comes to how we talk about Civ, really. Game comes out. Yeah. Game needs patch.
Everyone hates it, and it gets fixed, and it's amazing.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for stopping by anyway. It's been lovely to chat. It's been far too long.
Absolutely. Great timing. I got to go wake up my son anyway. So you have fun. Sorry to the audience. I know he hasn't talked much about the gameplay itself, but it's been fun for me.
It's fine. I'll catch him all up now. Thank you so much, Pravus. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Take care.
Catch you in a bit. Bye. The wonderful Pravus. Always good to catch up with him. I hope you enjoyed that chat. It's always interesting to sort of break into a new game with other content creators, see what they're thinking. Oh dear. How's everyone doing? Hope you enjoyed that. Old World rocks. I do need to play Old World. We need to get back and have a look at some of these games that missed me by. Amplitude did both Humankind and Endless Legend. Yeah, there was a lot about Humankind that reminded me of Endless Legend, because Endless Legend was one of the first non-Civ 4X games that I played. I got involved in Civ 5, and then Endless Legend came out and was really cool. It was just awesome. I loved it. It was such a good game. It was so different. It had a huge amount of variety. There's a lot of it was really, really cool stuff. It was awesome. Come on, Ursa, you should team up with Spiff and the Yogs for a multiplayer game. Ivan, I've played multiplayer with Spiff and the Yogscast. I've already done it. Been there, done that. Got the picture. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. Anyway, let me show you what I've been doing. Wonderful chat. I've been playing along on this map. Let me catch you up on the stream so we all know what we're doing here. I am currently playing a beautiful mod that I have put onto the game, which has unlocked the hidden and forbidden map sizes. Currently, Civ VII on launch has tiny, small, and standard maps. This one has unlocked the large and the huge maps for me to play on. As you can see, this map is absolutely ginormous. It's genuinely huge. And we are doing our best to settle it with a fun Xerxes King of Kings combination with the Corona Civica Memento. Currently, that means we are rocking +4 settlement limit, but we should be able to rock more come the modern age. So we're really spreading out now, as you can see by the fact that I am starting to put a bunch of settlements all over the place. Is it a perfect settlement location? No, it is not. But at the moment, I'm just grabbing land and enjoying myself as I do it. The only thing with this game that was slightly strange, and you can see by the title of the stream and the thumbnail, was this was where I was supposed to spawn. However, the mod is not working entirely properly at the moment. The mod spawned me on distant lands. So I started on distant lands with all of the distant lands treasures and resources. And so Antiquity was a lot of fun as we tried to work out which bits of the game were broken and which bits of the game are working properly. It's been a bit of a combination of some works and some doesn't, which is really, really good fun. So that's kind of what we've been doing. I've been settling out. I'm trying to grab a lot of the land around my cities a little bit and in different places. I've got different settlers that are just grabbing nice bits of land to make sure that our cities are surrounded on all sides by beautiful towns. We want to make sure in modern we're hitting about 30 settlements and we have maybe 10 cities. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. That's my play pattern at the moment. We're going to thrash through the modern age. We're playing Hawaii. Xerxes Hawaii at the moment, who is by far the most broken cultural civ in the game. In exploration, that's why we're rocking 1,255 culture and no one else. In fact, actually, we have culture that is equal to everyone else added together, I think, which is quite funny. And yeah, I saw the Jade Town. Did you see this? This is where the settler is headed right now. I'm pretty certain we should be able to get quite a bit of jade in one settlement. Maybe if I settle there, we can go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the same settlement, which is pretty wild. So yeah, there's a lot I'm enjoying right now. It's been a very fun game, and my gold is all kind of going into settlers. We're just settling around. I'm not really going for distant lands hugely. So the economic pathway, I'm not going to be getting too many points here, but I've already won the military path and the science path, and I've almost won the culture path. So we're doing pretty good on that. It's just treasure. We don't have much treasure. I'm looking for treasure, but we don't have a lot of treasure. Not unless we conquered for it, which would be a bit of a mess. That's kind of what we're up to. And you just had me talk to Pravus. Wonderful Pravus. Really, really good fun to catch up with him. So that is a bit of a catch-up for you, lovely, lovely audience. I've been building wonders in the meantime, basically racing through the culture tree and building everything I can get hold of, which is nice. And otherwise, I mean, yeah, at the moment we're just kind of sending some stuff out, building medieval walls, because I always forget to build medieval walls. It's always good to get them for later. If anyone does attack me, gives me somewhere to actually hide, which you always need. Culture and gold and cities in my homelands. Towns in distant lands. Get the yeomanry. Still pretty good. Oh yeah, it's loads of gold. Nice. Extra food over here. But yeah, look, we've got 18 settlements now, which is pretty cool. One thing I would like to do is go down the expansionist tree a little bit more and start picking up these, because currently I have 4? Have we got 4 cities? Which means we've got 14 towns. So this click of the button would give 14 food in every single city, which is quite entertaining. That's kind of what we want to do. Hello from Venezuela. Wow, that's a cool place to come from. How's Venezuela at the moment? What's the weather like? I imagine substantially warmer than just above freezing that we had today, which was, as you might guess, freezing. Very cold. Fish. Sovereignty. I keep getting culture every time we get boats, which is quite fun. Okay, we're up to Future Civic now. We can end this age pretty soon. I'm just going to quickly get myself... can't bother with that one. And that one. Yeah, fine. We're going to go to Future Civic now already. Let's end the age. I'm not going to wait for treasure. Treasure's too far away. So, let's just keep exploring. I want to know where all of Tecumseh's places are. Mishwani. What's going on over here? Where is all of their stuff? Ooh. Where's Cancer? Oh, wow. That's a good trade. Look at all the resources there. There's 8 resources in that tray. Very hot here, trying to move on. Fair play. Do I feel like alliances don't actually mean much? Like, how that AI attacked you, even with your 2 allies, and they are guaranteed to lose. It's like AI doesn't take into account military. No, alliances mean a huge amount. They mean an absolutely massive amount. It's just a very different way of looking at it, right? In Civ 5 and Civ 6, you allied as many people as you could. And there was genuinely not much of a penalty to doing that. In Civ 7, if you ally people, you have to be really quite careful about who they are friendly with and hostile with, because you can get called into their wars really quickly. So what you effectively end up doing is having a lot of people that are friendly to helpful, and you stick there. Alliances actually mean more in this game, because if you take out an alliance with someone, you can get really scooped in, and you have to start declaring war on people. You have to start backing them up. It's really, really tough. You want to be really careful. But alliances are huge. I've currently got 3 at the moment, and that means I'm getting some crazy yields. We don't have the culture one yet, so I'm missing out on 30% culture. And we don't have the economic one yet. So actually, I don't have any of these. We don't have the diplomatic one yet. We don't have the science one yet. I could be getting 30% extra yields just for having all these alliances. So there's a lot of yield I'm leaving on the table at the moment, actually. Alliances are very, very interesting, but you can't have too many of them. Any alliance you make, you have to make sure that you be willing, quite literally, to go to war for your ally. If you wouldn't be willing to jump in on a war with them, they're not your ally. It's much more involved now. Honestly, I think they will create a lot of civs that have unique era legacy paths. For example, there'll be a Crusade civ that has to go to war on a home continent. Yeah. I think you're right. I think we're going to see a lot of different legacy paths from civs coming in. It would not surprise me one bit. It would not surprise me one bit. More treasure. Treasure takes so long to get compared to the others. Blimey. Do you even treasure? Don't know if I do. Okay, we're building settlers now, that's fine. No more cheesing the AI by having 6 alliances all game. Yeah, exactly. Is Roman Holiday working on improving the AI? Yes, Roman Holiday is working on improving the AI. I have received reports of early project work that has been done, and I am genuinely quite scared. So we're not exactly looking forward to what Roman Holiday has got to offer. If you play your cards right, you can get sucked into your allies' war. Wait 6 to 10 turns, make peace with who you're war with, and get a settlement for 3. Oh yeah, no, alliances are incredibly strong. If you can get them working properly, they are incredibly strong. It's just making sure that you actually pick them up as you want. Right, we're going to go to Future Tech and Future Civic. We're going to just race through the end of this age. Yes, I am playing on online speed, to those that are wondering, hence why the game looks like it is going very quickly. It is because it is going very quickly. It is. It looks like it, and it is. We are burning through right now. And that is a good thing. We are enjoying this. Speaking of Roman Holiday, I played with him the other day. Oh, did you? How was Roman Holiday? Playing well, I hope? Nice and practiced? We want to see Roman Holiday playing well. No pressure. No pressure, but... Scared of Roman Holiday's AI mod? Well, that's on brand. Yeah. I never quite fancy a Roman Holiday. He made a very good joke, which I think I didn't give enough credit at the time. But if everybody was watching the Hamburg live Civ event that I was at last week, which was so much fun, I really enjoyed that. Really had a good time on that one. There was a prize to the content creator who won the event that was a paid holiday in Rome. So the whole contest genuinely had a Roman holiday as the prize. I just loved it. I thought it was really good. Oh dear. Made me chuckle anyway. He played nicely until he didn't. Oh no. I feel like there's a tail there. Possible 2-player scenario. Normans versus Abbasid in a Crusader War situation. Ooh. That could be cool. We don't have any current scenarios. I could see some scenarios being brought in. Could be a lot of fun. Could be a lot of fun. Actually, you know what? I'm just thinking I should put some temples down. Look at how many relics that I've got. I probably should put some temples down. Or, actually, I could also start to make some more cities. I probably should make some more cities as well. So, we'll go for places maybe like this. And start to make some. I'm currently just rocking 4 cities, and I feel like we could have more than that. Maybe this one, actually. This is a really good place for a city. Yeah, let's make this one in. We'll start flooding this with gold now. Armorers. Some good tiles, I think. That one's got, some really good adjacency. Done. brickyards and saw pits and stuff. We'll put these down on this tile, like so. This will be a beautiful, beautiful place. Some walls as well. So not maxing out the settlement cap. Are you okay? The settlement cap has been rising so quickly, I physically haven't been able to. I have a settler. I have a settler there. I have a settler there on the way over. I've got a settler here on the way over. We're going to breach the settlement cap. Don't worry. I'm trying. I'm just not moving quick enough. We're not going quick enough. I apologize. Greetings from Boston 2.0. Hello, Boston 2.0. How are you? How is Boston 2.0? Is it better than regular Boston? Is it the upgrade? Or is it effectively still the same place? Oh my lord, what was going on there? It was on a big ghost ship. Blimey. It's not good. Ursa, I found you from playing with the Yogscast, and I found I haven't been subscribed this whole time, Mike. Oh dear. Well, thank you for owning up to your mistake and finally subscribing. This is now some penance that you can make over a large period of time. It's a way of saying sorry. Sorry for not subscribing. Thank you for owning up. Oh, I used to watch a ton of Yogscast growing up. Yogscast was one of the reasons I became a YouTuber. I used to love their stuff. I used to. I still love their stuff, to be fair. Don't know why I said used to. Here we go. Future Civic. So we're going to start pushing this age progress very quickly now. And getting a bunch of wildcard attribute points. We're going to start getting all of the alliance ones now. So we're going to go down science for the next stage. Let's go for science in settlements and then go down to this. Start picking all these up now. If it's like near Tokyo, I know it might not be. Is Han China's Civ ability actually good? I played a game with them and honestly can't really tell if the extra growth event is doing much since they grow so fast at first. Anyway, it's basically, if you have any settlement, you have +1 population. So yes, they're very good. The wall is genuinely one of the best bets because it can basically mean that your early cities have endless happiness. So you can get as many specialists as you want. They're very, very good for specialist growth. And there's a bunch of cards, I think, that do. Any settlement that doesn't follow my religion is now going to be unhappy. So we are going to try and make sure that everything we've got is now following my religion, which may be easier said than done, but we'll try. Temple and missionary. 6 charge missionaries. It's good. Gotta go, Ursa. Have fun and think about it. Charlemagne coming into Normans, aka pre-modern tanks. That sounds great. Yeah, you don't need to sell that one to me. That idea sounds wonderful. I would love to play a big Charlemagne game.
New donation from Great_Krabus 160. Your drawings were such a source of joy for me. Consider this a 25p tip for each drawing. Thanks for being such a positive leader in the civilian community.
Oh, great Krabus. That's so generous. Blimey, you didn't need to do that. Thank you very much. That is very, very lovely of you. Wow. 160 quid. Thank you very much. That's really, really sweet of you. Oh, those drawings were a genuine pleasure. I genuinely had so much fun doing them. Yes, I am absolutely exhausted. Yes, I was incredibly ready to stop doing them. I cannot lie. But they were a lot of fun, and I'm really pleased that so many people seem to enjoy them. I didn't really know what sort of reception they would get. I had no clue the sort of reception they would get. But I'm really, really pleased people seem to enjoy them as much as they did. It was a lot of fun for me. Just doing something a little bit random, little bit different. Testing me artistically. I don't draw. My drawing was non-existent before I did it. So it was a lot of fun just trying to teach myself a new skill on that front. So I'm really pleased that people seem to enjoy it. It was a lot of fun. The last one got such a good reception as well. I was really grateful that people seemed to like that one. Yeah, I'm already feeling quite nostalgic. I've already had moments where I've caught myself thinking like, I wonder if I should do it again. And I have to go, no, Ursa. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fall into the trap. That's how you got yourself last time. Don't do it. Thank you, though. That's an incredibly generous donation. I'm really pleased that you seem to enjoy it. Does anyone have the issue later in the game when the pop-up for events just show dots so you don't know what you're choosing? No, I haven't seen that bug. That one is probably one either to bring to my Discord or to Reddit, because a lot of people, no doubt, will have seen something similar. I would guess, anyway. I'm going to start taking whales out and putting gold in to my capital. We're going to make a huge capital for gold, and this is my new city. I'm going to build a port there, and it should be able to have a bunch more resources. Sorry, not a port, a wharf. Port is the modern building. Bam, like that. Now I can flood this one in. There we go, with whales. Delightful. Don't take out whales, good people live there. How many resource slots are there in my capital? Not enough. Not enough. This week we could do more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 camels. If we find any more camels, if anyone can see any more camels, let me know. Oh, speaking of. I haven't done much trading in this game at all. Ta-da! That's hilarious. That's so many in one. I like that. I'm glad we got to see that. Alright. You need to just keep spreading the religion around. You get back over here just in case we can settle some more. Go to C. You're really pushing the limits of UI for this. Well, I know. Yeah, the UI does not like what I'm doing to that poor settlement. But that's why we say tough. Tough. The UI doesn't get to decide what we do and don't do. We break the UI because we can. Now, it's the amount of settlements that I'm putting down which is really giving me the benefits right now. I'm currently on 20 settlements. We can get to 23. Hopefully, we'll get there in a second. Here we go. The next building goes down. Cheap buildings get put down. Apparently, we're not over here anymore. We're going over here. Sure. Goodness me, these settlements are getting big. It's Morse code for when you discover radio. It's not a bug. So, hang on. Is that for every event? Are you seeing this on every single event? Or is it just one? Because I do know there is an event that has Morse code on it. Sorry, I assumed you meant that it was like every single one. In which case I was going to say like, oh yeah. That don't sound good at all. That doesn't sound good at all. 5% extra science for every city-state I'm suzerain of. Bam! Metallurgy is also finished. That's just giving me 200 extra science. Wow. That's big. It's a big number. Big number get bigger. Believe it's just one, so it's Morse code. Well, there we go. I'm glad we solved the issue anyway. I'm glad we figured it out. Pearl City is brimming with discontent. How about tough? How about you just have to swallow your pride? It's all fine. Okay. So far, so good. Just a donkey and is confused. Probably quite late. It's fine. Do you think that Aboriginal Australia should be in Civ 7? I think they'd be mainly cultural and economic, mainly with food, though. I could see them with a bunch of desert bonuses, yeah. Should they be in Civ? I don't know, but they would be a very good addition to Civ, yeah. It'd be a brilliant addition. I think that's one of the cool things about the way the game has been built, is that we should hopefully be able to see quite a few different awesome civs get brought into the game. I'm hoping anyway. We'll get the shipyard in as well. Oh! I always think the shipyard adjacencies are very strange. But fine. This is already an amazing city. And it will only get better. Hey Bose, how you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. I am alive. How is chat? Chat's been good. Chat's been lovely. We were just chatting to Pravus earlier, actually. Pravus stopped by to say hello. It was lovely to speak to him. Just chatting all things about Civ 7. Ooh, that's a lot of camel. Look at that. If I settled here, I'd give myself the hump. Look at this. Nice. 3 camels. Okay. Okay. If only the camels didn't disappear with the next stage, I would be over there and immediately. There goes the neighborhood. It's true. What do you think about combat bonus for AI? Does AI really need it? With all the bonuses, resources, and some leader bonuses and commanders. Do they really need it? The short answer is yes, they do need it. I wish they didn't. It would be really cool. Really, really cool. If we go heavily on raw bonuses like that. But I think we're a long way off that. But at least until Roman Holiday gets their mitts truly on the AI and really starts to improve stuff. But yes, I do think, unfortunately, they are a little bit needed. Hopefully not forever. Hopefully not forever. I just woke up because I was up way too late last night. But still keen to yap. Okay, cool. Well, just drop me a message in Discord when you're ready and I'll get you on. It'll be great to chat. And Van Bradley's here still as well. How you doing there? Good to see ya. Guys, like a little Civ loving. It's brilliant. Only 11 a.m. Bose gets up when Bose gets up. It's fine. It's only 11 a.m. here. Roman did a collab with the person that did the AI mod recently. Yeah, I've heard things are starting to appear in the AI world. Fearful, horrible things that we don't want to talk about. It could be a frightening development if Roman Holiday continues to get his mitts on the AI. We're kind of hoping that it's not a thing. I want at least the illusion of a small amount of time where I can play this game like a pro. Just a small amount of time that I can convince myself that I'm good at the game until AI appears and takes over for us all. He wakes up at 8. Yeah, sure. So does the expiration age add a second continent? So I genuinely believed for the longest time that the age transition actually added land to the game, but it doesn't. The land was already there. The land is all there. All the time. We just can't see it. That is the only difference. I'm going to start buying some temples in so I can buy some of these religious units. Da da da. Need to spread our religion everywhere. We can still have a couple of settlements. This one is just right in the middle of everything, but I kind of like the idea of just fleshing out this land just a touch. There we go. Some good land. I don't know why the city emblem keeps getting lost at the moment. Yeah, one time I saw the Forbidden Lands with a scout and Imago Mundi. Yes. Yes, that you can spot them. If you look hard enough, they're there. You need a big old telescope. Really, really big telescope. Right. Okay, we've got some more room for some more gold. 150 gold now. Wow. It's getting good. The default maps are too small. The map that is launched in the game is tiny, small, and medium, which is why the mod we're using today, which is unlock huge maps, is so fun. Because it means that we can play something a little bit bigger. Oh wow, we're actually going to go over our settlement cap here. Do I want to do that? I'm going to go way over the settlement cap. Yeah, sod it. Why not? Bam. Oh, that just shot like 70 happiness. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Never mind. Don't know if the overseas civs are spawned though. They are spawned. Yep. You can see them going around. They exist. It's quite funny actually. I don't know if you can interact with them. You might not be able to interact with them. That bit might be totally hidden. Okay. So we just need to finish future tech a couple of times whilst I continue settling out. Oh, treasure fleet helps. That's just a few points. We're not going to get enough to get the economic. We've already got 10 points this age. How's everyone else doing? Iban has not moved quickly enough to keep up with me at the moment. So my 22 points are looking pretty good. I got all 12 points in Antiquity. Treasure Fleet is harder to get. I still need 20 treasure points. And because of the way the map is spawned, I'm unlikely to get them, unfortunately. Yes, of course I can move the chat overlay. Yeah, no problem. Hang on. I'll move it over. It's gone. It's moved. No worries. Thanks for letting me know. Oh dear. Not a riot in Pearl City. Okay, right, now we're going to start getting a few riots. Although this one can get easily fixed by the fact that my religion is now hit. Riots are really annoying. This is the one bit about Crisis that I'm not a massive fan of. I wish we didn't have quite as many riots. Never mind. Alright. We've got one here. Where's the nearest missionary? Okay. And over here as well. Okay, you can move over to that. No, you move to that. You move to that. Good. Hey, Ursa. Hey, that's me. Just clandestine? Clandestine? Don't know how you say that. Good to see you. Trouble, we got trouble right here in River City. I know, where the pearls are plump. It's where everyone is trouble. Diplomatic option. Yeah, go on, man. I'll trade some maps. I want to know more about your maps. Oh, espionage again. Everyone's stealing my tech. Confucius, who I think is quite sciencey, actually. Yeah, 355. Just stole gunpowder. So he's all the way up here. Wow, okay. The AI is not actually that far behind. Harsh. Yes. Yeah, they're all coming in now. Bose is back. He's saying hi. Has he got his coffee? Did you notice that your culture dropped from 1,700 to 1,100 when you spread your religion? I believe that was probably just sorting itself out. It was probably just thinking about something. Don't worry about it too much. Let's go for a little bit more culture. 1,800 now. Very good. My city, we can continue building out. I don't particularly need to, but it's fun. Oh, look at the adjacency. Okay, the adjacency on that tile is amazing. Let's go through a +12 hospital. And then we'll purchase in +10 in. So this is going to be like food tile 101. He was just doing a little thinking and the coffee is brewing. I'm on my phone chatting in the kitchen. You don't have problems, Bose. Infallible is what I've heard about you. Look at all these extra temples I've got. Oh. I actually didn't have that milestone. I thought I did. I thought I'd done that already. Apparently I hadn't. Whoops. Okay, that is 3 of them done now. That would have been embarrassing. Thank goodness we noticed that. Okay, and then this is my 25th settlement. 25 settlements, I know. And 2 wildcard points. Right, we're going to quickly get 10% extra science for every alliance. That's a really huge one. And then we'll dip into culture. And we're going to go for the extra culture on resources. I'm going to head down there for next time. Guess the treasure fleets didn't spawn in your starting cities after all? No, they didn't, unfortunately. But they did spawn over here. So it knew enough that it was like, okay, the islands are fine, even though they're the same continents. But yeah, it didn't quite get it properly, which was a shame. Oh, here he goes. Is this the Zulu theme? Yeah, this is the Zulu theme. We've got a lovely Civ VI soundtrack on in the background, which is all good. All right. Let me put some specialists down. Where the specialist's going to go? No one sure, but that's fine. Okay, the whole of the Grand Canyon worked in this tiny settlement. Oh, yeah. Ah, Bose is ready. Right. We're gonna get Bose on. Hang on. Hang on. I'll give him a ring. I'll give him a ring. Hello, Bose. I can't hear you.
Try this.
Now I can hear you. There you are.
Oh, the infallible one is here.
How's your coffee?
It's coffee. It's hot. I made it a little too strong, but that's okay.
Is that a thing? Can you have coffee that's too strong, or are you just too tired?
I mean, maybe a little bit of both. I was up too late trying silly strats that don't work.
Oh no. Did anything work? Like, what, can you reveal what you've been playing?
Yeah, one is okay. They work, but they don't work as much as intended. It was that we discussed one of them, and it was the Harriet Tubman pop thing.
Okay, so this is the spawning migrants if you use the spying actions.
Yes, It works as intended and like you think it would, but you just don't get enough influence fast enough, and you don't get as many you can't do espionage as fast enough because it's like 9 to 14 turns, however it takes.
Right. Okay, so it's not like a printer. It just gives you small amounts.
I was sad. I was like, oh, maybe I'll literally get a migrant like every turn, but you do get a migrant maybe every like 4 to 5 turns, because if you just stagger your espionage acts, but I think you gain maybe like 10 pop per age or something like that. Well, maybe not that much, but yeah,
still like an amount, but not as much as you want. So really, you need something where either she was using it quicker, or you could use multiple spy actions on different people.
I think if the age transition didn't exist, once you got to the late game, you would be like getting one migrant like every turn.
Right, I see.
You can't stack it.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
I seem like Franklin can't stack 2. Is it just endeavors that he can do 2 of?
Yeah, I think it's just endeavors. I'll pull it up actually.
I don't remember. I don't know what Franklin does.
The problem is that like I will go and try to remember what a leader does, just because, you know, even though we have a bunch of hours in it, it's still so new.
Yeah.
And so I'll be like, oh, I know, what does this leader do? I have no idea. And then I pull them up. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what they do.
It's like, oh yeah. Now I remember.
I remember.
I can just see this being a real like learning curve for me. I could barely remember the Civ 6 stuff.
The one I've been trying to remember is like who gets what production for what wonders, like how Greece gets Oracle and Rome gets Colosseum.
Oh no.
That one's I've gotten the antiquity down for reasons and for science that I won't mention. But the other ones I have no idea.
That sounds like such a painful learning curve.
Yes. How are you? How are you doing? How's the game?
Game's getting good. Yeah, wide games are fun. Wide games are very, very fun because you I agree. Just yields everywhere. This one I'm rocking 25 settlements in exploration, and the yields are pretty big. I haven't really been specializing it too hard in any direction, and we're above 1,000 in pretty much everything. So it's like, okay, cool.
I've been doing that with Ashoka, just like using his excess happiness and just like not caring about the settlement limit.
Yeah,
because he gets so much happiness it doesn't matter.
I was telling chat about this yesterday, actually, that when all of us creators were kind of nattering about Civ before the content was really coming out, he was like the dark horse favorite pick of everybody. Like I was shocked by how many people were just getting into his like happy play.
Well, because at first I was like, oh, you know, happiness, it's not really that. You know, I felt like kind of how I felt about amenities before they changed the amenities in Civ 6, where it's like amenities mattered, but then they kind of didn't. And then I was like, oh, that's how I feel about happiness. And then I realized, oh yeah, happiness, once you get to a point where you don't care about them, then you just kind of go bonkers.
Yeah. That's kind of it. I still haven't played a game with the Shaker, actually. Now that I think about it. I've actually done it. I've not played with so many of them. Like I feel like the hours I've had in this game are way less than I'd like to think they would be.
I mean, it's hard. It's so much. That's the thing with like both having the leader and Civ like swapping combination, is that you can do so like there's what let me look in the antiquity age. There's 11. Yeah, 11 civs. No, 10 civs and 1, 2. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. 26 leaders. And so that like I cannot math. That's 210 possibilities.
Wow.
That you could just do right off the bat, like in the antiquity age.
Yeah, fair. So that makes me feel better.
Yeah. And so I mean, to be fair, I still haven't played High Shaman Himiko. I've played Queen of Wa.
I haven't played Amina she's yet. So good, especially on single player.
I haven't played Pachacuti either. So there's still a couple that I haven't played with.
Yeah, Pachacuti doesn't. I don't know. Not singing to me. Seems a bit stale. I don't know. Maybe
if and when the tier leader list comes out, he's I think he's definitely on the bottom end of the totem pole.
Oh, poor Pachacuti. Right, we've had a lovely donation come in. Sorry, this is a good talking point. Yeah, thank you so much, Kim. That's really sweet. Good day, Friday and all, us in chat. Would you be interested in fantastical DLC, like an Antiquity Age occult civ, later ages steampunk or dieselpunk civs? Interesting. Would we be keen on that as DLC idea? It's kind of like game modes, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I could see that being like a later, like kind of like how New Frontier Pass added the pirate game mode and stuff like that. I could see that being a later thing.
Yeah, I was trying to think of when did the first game modes come in on Civ 6? It was quite late on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was New Frontier Pass, which was 2022.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha.
2022.
I could see that.
I can see that.
I could see some alt history. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Why not? Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I guess that's the whole point of Civ 7 with like the switching and everything, where it's not an actual historical leader. I could see some, maybe not necessarily, purely fictional characters. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, here's Nosferatu as leader of Transylvania.
You say that. You say that now.
But I could see them doing like folk heroes. I mean, I can't think of any like Frostpunk folk heroes, but I could see, a good example would be like, oh God, what is his name? What's the big tall mountain dude? I mean, you're not American, so you don't know. Big tall mountain guy, America. Chat, help me out here.
That's an interesting Google for your history.
It's giving me Paul Bunyan. Yes, Paul Bunyan.
Paul Bunyan.
That's what I was thinking of.
I've never heard of this.
Like, he's a giant lumberjack, and he's like a folk hero in American lore, where he like rides a big blue ox,
right.
And he carries a massive axe. And I was like, I could see them doing like folk heroes in that like aspect of like steampunk eras. I don't know if like doing full on occult stuff. I mean, I wouldn't be against it.
No.
I'm just saying that'd be kind of hard to do.
No, we've seen it before.
That's true.
It's just a case of like, it just depends on how realistic they want to keep the game. I get the sense that they are gunning for a more historically accurate game. They seem to be really keen on making sure the civs are really properly represented, and
that's fair.
There's a lot of like sort of actual real life immersion and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if we might be waiting for some time, at least until the junior developers get their hands on the game. And they're like, right, it's our time to make some DLC now.
Let's make the most overpowered leaders we can.
Yeah, Ed's out the building now. He doesn't care. we can do what we want.
Ed's on vacation. We're just gonna start tinkering around and.
He doesn't need to know. He doesn't need to know. It's fine.
They did Myth and Legends and stuff like. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair. They did do like the game mode. Heroes and Legends. So I guess that is a good point.
Yeah.
I don't even think about that.
I think we'll see something like that, but not for a little while. I think they'll probably rock the realism of it for at least, I'd say, 2 major DLCs, and maybe we'll start seeing it after that point. That'll be my guess.
John, oh yeah, that's a good point, chat. Yeah, John Henry is another good example as a leader.
Okay, fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. But no, it's been good. This game is running well. I'm still enjoying it. There's still lots to get my teeth into, which is nice. My voice is back, which is the major thing. I was really concerned that I'd really messed it up coming back from Germany.
Plus, I remember you messaged me, and I was like, "Oh no, that's like the one." I mean, that's why I'm not like a hypochondriac. Like I go outside and stuff like that, but I'm like very aware. If I'm going grocery shopping and people are like coughing around me, I beeline out of there because I'm like, my voice is my job.
Yeah, I felt so vulnerable. I was like, oh my god. I said yes to this event, knowing that like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a streamer. I don't mind this. I don't mind chatting and talking. And then suddenly when you lose your voice, you're like, oh no, I have nothing. I have nothing to add here. What do I do?
That's fair. I mean, yeah, at least it's coming back now. And then, like, at least it was like back enough too when you were doing the event as well that you could actually participate.
Yeah. By the end, it was really struggling. But oh man, yeah, the German like lozenge things that they gave me. Oh my goodness, they were brutal and wonderful all at the same time.
I can remember. Yeah, you were telling me about them. I don't remember the names of them.
It's called like Revoice or something. I've never heard of it. Have you got? I assume you've got strepsils or something similar, like lozenge.
What the hell is a strepsil?
It's like a brand of like throat lozenge. Like it's like a sort
oh
of
yes,
sweet.
yeah, throat lozenge. Gotcha.
Yeah. You just sort of suck it a bit and it coats your throat. This was like,
yes, we do have those.
Rather than being fruit and chemically, it was like liquid chalk. It's the only way I could describe it. It was like sucking on a stick of chalk from school. It tasted disgusting.
Do you have experience doing that, Ursa?
You don't?
Did you regularly gnaw on chalk in primary school?
Look, I didn't get to take lunch into school. I just used to steal chalk from the front and shove it up my nose.
Jokes on you, I didn't go to primary school.
Yeah, but like it was literally just chalk. It just sort of coats your throat, and like everything was just fine. It just worked. I have no idea what they were doing, but like
I just got an ad for strepsils midstream.
Really? Oh God, they're listening. They're listening.
Wait, primary school, that's like elementary school in the UK, right? I was getting that right?
Yeah, primary
like,
is like
when you,
age...
up until you're about like 10-ish.
Yeah, it's 10, 11, that sort of time. Yeah. Up until what you'd call high school.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys call high school... We call middle school... There's middle school and high school here. Middle school is like ages 11 to 14.
We do have that. There are, yeah, it does exist in places. Okay. But it depends on the council and where you live. Either you go through 3 schools or 2, depending on whether or not they smudge them together or not. It depends how
mine was smudged. I was that same. I am like, that's my lore, is that I grew up in a very rural town where my high school graduating class was 11 people in it.
Wow.
Yeah. And I had 60 people in my high school, and then it was a thing where we had a middle school, but it wasn't really a middle school. It was basically from kindergarten till high school. It was like kindergartners were by itself, and then it was 1st and 2nd grade was put together, one teacher. 3rd and 4th grade was one teacher. 5th and 6th, one teacher. So like all the way up, just because of how tiny it was.
That's ridiculous. That's the sort of level where you really got to hope your teacher actually turns up and isn't hungover, because that's the entire school shutting down if they're not there. That's wild. I always have this assumption that California is this massive place and that there's millions of you everywhere, but no. It's like proper...
They are very congregated. It's crazy when you look at it, because it's, let me see, population of, I think it's 30 something million in California.
Wow.
There's 38 million.
God,
Los Angeles County itself has 11, I think. So 1/3 of it in Los Angeles.
There's 60 million in England. So,
yeah.
And we're an entire country, and we're only like 50% bigger. I think Australia is like 20 million or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think
Australia pop is 26 million. Yeah, that's why the joke is, talking about California and like how California literally has like a top 5 GDP.
Yeah,
because it's bigger than like most European countries.
Oh God, every time it is. I'm pretty sure it would just take over.
Like
I always think about the tech companies. When you see the size of the tech companies, you're like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Apple could literally buy out the UK on a good day.
You saw from like when you were visiting the distance between things. But I always point out, because you said California is huge. I'm from Northern California, and I was really close to the Oregon border. And driving from the top of where I'm from to LA, where I am now, takes about 12 hours to drive.
Oh God, that's ridiculous. Yeah, the size of America boggled me. It really did. I remember flying. So we flew over the Atlantic and went through Iceland. So we skirted around the edge of Greenland and then down the sort of New England coast in Canada and that sort of way. Oh my God, it's massive. Canada is absolutely wild. Like, we flew over, just like, I've never seen so many mountains. It was just endless mountains, and they were all snowy and white, and there was no one down there. And I was like, what do people do with all of this land? Like, what's going on there? And the answer is nothing. It's just there.
Nothing. It's just there. Well, it's even crazier when you think about Canada too. Also, I'm watching the age transition happen right now,
Yeah.
where it's like 90% of Canadians live, like, I don't know, it's like X amount. I'm sure Van Bradley knows, like X amount of ways from the USA Canada border.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the rest of Canada is so vast.
It's absolutely wild. All right, you help me with this age transition. So we've just finished. We're done with exploration now. I'm pretty proud. Treasure Fleet takes so long. Like, I can't help but end the age
Really?
before I get anywhere near finishing Treasure Fleet. I still haven't got this down. Like, I can't get it quickly enough. It's wild.
That's so funny because that's the one that I like. If I want the age to end quickly, I go for that one.
Really?
It's probably because if you just beeline it, and like I think my strategy in the beginning of the exploration is I literally just I take the extra gold thing and I just buy 2 settlers straight up and go immediately settle
Just go and settle it all. Yeah.
treasure fleet areas.
It's like the others are just so simple. Like the relics, getting 12 relics is rarely a problem. Like you boost through that really quickly, and then the 12 points from settlements on the military tree, you don't even have to go to war. That's just 6 settlements in distant lands, so it's not a huge amount. I mean, enlightenment kind of just finishes itself. I feel like as long as you've got enough tech, there's no way you can't get that one.
Oh my God.
18 out of 5 is pretty good.
That might be pretty good.
That's pretty good. This is with long age as well. I like an extended age.
Oh, have you been playing with long ages?
Yeah, I think I quite like
well.
abbreviated ones, to be fair. Like
you like abbreviated? Interesting.
Yeah, it's not good for unlocking stuff, which is annoying.
That's true.
But it's good for feeling like you have to really focus on stuff, which is really cool.
That's very fair. Yeah, I mostly play with long ages, mostly because I get annoyed when I can't complete something. And so if I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, I can't complete the X wonder that I want to build, then I get mad.
I was just talking to Pravus about this. We were saying that like the problem sometimes we find is that if you've got multiple pathways, like here's 4 quests, right? And you've got to just finish one quest to win. You don't have to do all 4. All you want to do is do all of them. So you end up doing everything every single time. And then there's no variety in that because it's just like, oh, I've just got 3 points in this and 3 points in this and 3 points. You just sort of burn through it all. Whereas if it's really abbreviated, the thing I like about that is you really have to focus on getting the one that you want, because even if you just like you accidentally lapse into getting relics, that's it. The age is over. You're like, oh bugger, the thing I actually wanted to do is
a really
gone.
good point.
Yeah, makes you
I
think.
haven't played with abbreviated yet, so maybe I should try that.
It goes really quick, like really quick. You don't get anywhere near future tech.
Interesting. Okay, maybe I'll try that, because that is one. So that is one thing that, I mean, it does, especially when you're playing with long ages, is that the game already takes longer than Civ 6, but with long ages, it is sometimes the game can take like 12 hours to finish.
Do you play standard speed normally or online?
Yeah, I think it's just the modern age can take. Well, the modern age can either take very very fast, like 40 turns. Or it could also still be 40 turns, but everyone declares war on you. And so you're just stuck fighting 4 front wars and waiting for animations to complete.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about war. Ah, there we go. Hang on. We've had a crash. Coming back.
We had a crash.
On age transition? What?
It's been a while since I've had a age transition crash.
Ah, no, I've been getting them all day. I don't know why.
You haven't? Oh, no.
That's fine. I just have to.
I don't know if you've seen the new bug. You know how they fixed the bug where you can click on the banner? It wasn't even a bug, but they click on a banner to talk to a city now. I think that added a new bug where sometimes your city banners just disappear.
Oh, the city banners one does. Yeah, this has been disappearing all stream. It's like they just go, and you're like, where the hell has it all gone? It's there somewhere. I think it's there somewhere. Just sort of just keep passing your hands in the air. Eventually you're like you'll bump into something. What do you think about the small yields, the small icons?
I'll be honest, I haven't noticed them. I I've been hearing some complaints about them, but I've also been hearing complaints literally about everything. So it's kind of hard to parse like what's valid and what's not.
Yeah, yeah,
I haven't really noticed them.
I quite like it. It's not too bad actually. It's like, okay, yeah, if I can see it, I'm probably working it. Whereas if I can't see
that's
it,
true.
I almost wish that instead of making them small, I wish they just went. Like the yields I'm working are on the map as like a mid layer, and then everything else just disappears. That would be cool.
Almost like Secret Tax UI when you can hover over the city state and see what you were, over your city and see what you were working.
Almost like I loved. Did you see the hustle going from Secret Tax with like all of his social media profiles are all like available for hire?
Yeah, that's why I tweeted out. I don't know if you saw that tweet. I was like, I'm really glad you guys are patching this. I had to mute the tweet because it was going off, but I was like, but just hire the man. I mean, I'm not going to speak for Secret Tech. Like, who knows? Maybe he tried or whatever, but
maybe he's like, absolutely not. Like, I don't
exactly.
want to go anywhere near this.
He's like, no.
Please no. I don't want to get anywhere near involved in this. Right, here we go. Where are we? It's working. What options have we got? Oh wow. Ahistorical much. So we can't play America and we can't play Siam. Everyone else we can play. Okay. This was fairly successful. This was fairly successful. Hang on, I'm gonna need a poll here. I'm gonna get people to ask like, how do you want me to win? We'll go for.
Have you Yeah, they did work as him. Secret Tech designed the Feitoria when Portugal was released. Like modeled it and everything.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that was a big day. That was really cool.
And that's a really cool, like, I mean, there's nothing really like it in Civ 6, is there? Anything that you can plop it down in someone else's land and interfere with them.
No, which I don't know if you've done with the like. Have you played the Maya much?
The Maya, yes, with the quarter that gives you production for finished text.
Yes,
exactly. So I'm running that on this game, and it is so broken.
It's number one Civ in Antique. It's Antiquity. It's so good.
It is.
But
it is wild.
Their unique unit, the Jaguar Scout, you can kind of troll the AI with the trap as well, because you can't place buildings over the trap. Like you can't place things on the trap. And so you use the traps as like little placing it around the map, and half the time they don't step on them. So.
I didn't know that. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I can't wait for people to start using it in multiplayer. It's like, do you want to take the damage or do you want to?
Yep. Well, we are literally land mining around the AI's lands here. That's so funny. Oh man, I've got to try that. I do have to try that. That's really good. What do people think? There's a vote currently in chat. If you want to go and vote, let me know how you want me to win. At the moment, it seems like people want to go for economy. Really?
Ooh.
Railway.
They just want you to see railroad.
They just want to see railroad. I understand. I get that. I totally get that. Are you finding yourself going... You're not playing much modern, are you, from memory?
Not a lot. I mean, I played it a couple times. I end up just going for science because it's pretty fast. Well, especially whenever you do Maya into like lately, I've been finding probably one of the best combinations is going Maya into the Ming dynasty into kind of whoever you want in the modern. Sometimes French is really good, sometimes America is really good for production and science, and then you win the science victory in like 30 turns. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like I remember the last time I did it, I did the age transition, and even though everyone got set back to like right around 200-ish science and culture, I think I only got reset back to around 600 science. And I was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, we're going to see the reset on this. It's going to be quite fun. Right, people done voting? Everyone voted in the chat? I think that's going to be an economic victory, isn't it? So we'll give some options. Who would we pick for an economic victory? So we want gold, we want industry, we want railroad. So I think options are probably going to be Mughal. Because, I mean, they just They just print stuff. They're really fun.
Very good.
75% gold from all sources. It's just wild. It's so funny. And then Xing is probably another good option. They've got merchants and they've got buildings and all kinds of yields from resources and stuff. Anyone else? Who else would work well on this one? Unique railroad from Prussia? Maybe? I'll put Prussia down.
We do like production.
There you go. I'll let him vote on this one. Yeah, I find myself playing. I quite like modern. The problem with the modern age for me is I find it just ends so abruptly. I'd like more of a crunchy, physical win condition of some kind. That's what I really want.
No, I agree. And it kind of makes sense too when we talk about how there's. I mean, it's not like 100% confirmed, but it's more or less. There's going to be another age. And it makes sense when you think about how the transitions between, the first two ages happen. And if there was going to be a fourth age, it kind of makes sense why this age is a little anticlimactic when you end the game.
Yeah, because it's just sort of something happens and else. But I guess Civ 6 had it a bit, right? Because you had the science victory. Which was just run a project in your city and eventually you'll win. But it felt like a victory that was very difficult to get. It had a lot of waiting around and it was right at the end of the tech tree. So a lot of stuff could creep in before.
I think what's missing is there is kind of a victory screen, but there isn't really. Where, even if there was, the space race was a project in Civ 6, once you finished it, you still got that the victory screen popping up first, and then it went into the movie that played, and then the victory happened afterwards. And I feel like in Civ 7 it just kind of, the spaceship goes up and then it goes right into the thing without notifying you that you've won, I guess is it's like you said, a physical thing.
It needs to be more crunchy physical responses to stuff in the game. This is one of the things I was saying earlier, actually. I want the buttons to glow more, and I want the sound effects to pop more, and I want things to just sort of feel like you're really responding with it.
Very tactic.
Very tactic. That's it. That's
a really good example of that is when you buy units in with gold.
Oh, did you not want 7?
Really tell. Yeah. Just there's no actual tactile feeling of you buying gold.
Yeah.
Buying units with gold.
Looks like we're playing Prussia. All right. Let's do some Prussia. I'll just check mementos quickly. We're running with endless settlement limit on this game, so we've got the +1 settlement limit per age, and then I think I like the expansionist point, unless there's anything else here that is going to really... I guess 4% of gold as extra science and culture could be good. It's pretty decent.
I always forget you can switch mementos.
Yeah. Extra influence per age would be pretty... I like that one. That's very powerful. 5 range for trade routes. Let's go for that, because then I can trade wherever.
That's pretty decent.
Pretty decent.
Also, did you know the actual length of trade routes now?
Oh, I wish someone had done an interesting video on that. Do you know where I may find this information?
But it's I actually have to look because I don't remember the with the modern age. Oh yeah, 60s, 20 and 60 in the modern age, 20 in land, 60 by sea.
All right, so basically as long as it's over sea, it's fine.
Yeah, over sea you're probably never going to have an issue.
Amazing 10, 15, video
20,
both. It was
30, 45, 60. There we go. Goes by 5 in land and by 15 in sea. That's actually a lot easier to remember. 5 by land, 15 by sea.
Gotcha. Oh, this is why I love this particular build, for being outrageously overpowered. Can you see the difference in settlement capacity compared to everyone else?
25 out of 30. 2 out of 6. Are you doing okay there, Charlemagne? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, bless him. What's going on? Where even is he?
He's trying.
Is he though? Is he trying? I actually don't even know if I know where he is. Oh, sad. So sad. Oh, dear. Never mind. He'll be fine. For a long time, Ivan was doing pretty good, but I mean, yeah, my yields are pretty outrageous already. It hasn't pegged me below everyone else.
Yeah. You know who always goes crazy in my games, and I'm sure you've experienced it as well. Confucius, anytime he's in my game, he just goes bonkers.
Yeah,
he goes, I'm gonna put every single citizen in specialists, and I'm gonna get 5,000 million yields.
For me, it's Augustus. Whenever I come across Augustus,
well, yeah.
he's just absolutely balling. About 14 settlements. I mean, it's not quite my 25. It's not lie, but
It's only about half, so
yeah. Right, let's just save that. In case anyone wants to play it later, and start thinking about Railroad Tycoon, which is basically just a case of stick to the bottom of the tree, go to industrialization, get your rail station, and then pick up your factory, and then hope that in your infinite wisdom you picked up loads of factory resources, which actually it does look like I've got quite a few. Fish.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about the amount of times I break the game with fish in the late game, because you get extra settlement growth rate, and it does that thing still where it trips up over 100, and
oh yeah,
you stop growing.
I remember when I first experienced that. I first experienced that because I was trying to figure out. I was trying to do the spiff thing and just like, how can I break the game in any way possible and just play the game weirdly. And I was playing as the Rizzler, Jose.
Nice.
And I just shift entered throughout the entire age to see what happens with celebrations, because I wanted to see, do celebrations stack, and if you got a celebration and it ends and you have another one queued up, was it just go into the next celebration? Spoiler alert, it does.
Right.
But I was like, is that going to break anything? But it ends up breaking like the food system, and it did that thing where it like makes your food at 100% and then just doesn't grow your cities. I was like, oh, that's a weird bug.
That's so funny. Oh dear. Yeah, there's so many like really just odd choices like that. What are we gonna do?
Question for you: have you changed your capital ever yet?
I do it every time.
Do you really? Interesting.
I change every single time, and the reason, well, there's a few reasons for that, but in my head, it saves me 100 gold, because you've got like at least one city that you haven't got to spend your gold on. I mean, it's not like it's expensive, but it's a free city. But I always pick the worst, most rubbish settlement I've got, because it will go from like 10 pop to 50 within the end of the age. So you might as well kind of use a really underutilized settlement and then pull it up to being a really major city, rather than like, rocking what you had before.
So the follow-up question for that is, what golden age do you pick then when you switch over? Because I almost always go economic golden age, which is why I keep all of my cities or they don't change into towns. And so I never really saw the need to change the capital. So I guess if you don't go that, then that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's from antiquity into exploration, it's not golden age, but I always go fealty to get their 2 settlement cap. That's always really good. And then I really like the science golden ages. Keeping your golden age universities is like, it just makes your specialists insane.
That's a good point, yeah.
It basically means that you have a unique science building, regardless of whether or not you actually do. Because it's like, as every age gets 2 science buildings, so you get to effectively keep one, get a third. You just out-tech everyone. So I quite like that.
I'll have to try that then. Because, yeah, I generally go economic golden age almost every time and keep all of my cities as cities and not revert them back into towns.
Yeah. I don't know. But I don't think I've really... I think about it too much. All I know is that some of them just don't seem very good at all. Yeah. Like...
I don't care about the military one.
I don't care about the military one. Gaining inventory in a ranged unit in all of my distance. I mean, that would be a huge army if I wanted to wield it around, but I'm not entirely sure I actually want to wield it around.
Yeah, and I also don't find infantry all that useful. I just go cavalry because the difference between cavalry and infantry is pretty drastic.
Have you seen... Yeah, no, I totally agree. Have you seen modern age resources, though? So much stuff gets
That's
put into
true, yeah.
oil. Look at this.
That is true.
14 oil.
Okay, that is a lot of combat strength.
It gets limited to 6. I call that the Ursa.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
like,
forgot about
question. I think I sent Carla a game file where I had 23 or 24 oil or something, and I was like, why? Why no stacking?
that. Why no stack?
And he was like, why do you think? Why on earth would we let you have that? That sounds like a terrible idea. Alas, that would have been fun. Yeah, no, I think in terms of the choices, I always go for similar stuff. Expansionist points, I always grab a bunch of because these are just ridiculous. What is it? If I find myself going to the expansionist tree, it's this one. +1 food in cities per town is wild. It adds up so quickly. I've currently got 20 towns. So if I click this once, I get 20 food in every single one of my cities. And you just keep pressing it over and over and over.
+1 food. That's so crazy. I feel like that's probably, I mean, the cultural and scientific one where you get 5% per time, is pretty strong. But I feel like that one might be a little bit stronger. Yeah. Because a lot of the times your yields are based off of your food anyways.
Yeah. It's good for the economy, definitely. I'm going to go for...
nobody. Benefits everybody.
Exactly. Diplomatic.
Do you think they did that's a good question. Do they think they did a good job balancing gold, production, food, influence, science, and culture? I agree with Jeremy. I think gold is too strong. I think gold is like the obvious.
Gold is way stronger.
Pretty much. Yeah. Especially in antiquity and exploration, gold is king. Like obviously food and production are generally king, but gold is the one memento that gives you +200 gold in the antiquity age per age, or +200 gold per age, is being able to just buy a granary on turn like 5 is kind of crazy.
It's really, really good. I think if you'd asked me a week ago, I would have said gold was totally busted and it was totally overpowered and blah, blah, blah. And it always has been in Civ. Like, as you say, if you can just instant buy things, it's really, really powerful. But I think as I play more, I realize having multiple cities is more of a good thing than you think. Because production is so much more effective than gold. So, like, I was previously running ages being like, maybe 2 or 3 towns per city, make sure the food's getting in, make sure it's all doing fine. These days, I'm like, actually thinking about it, if I've got 20 settlements, maybe 12 or 13 cities, if I can afford them, is actually is the way to go. Because then you just utilize your entire production rather than using it as gold, and it just goes boom.
That's a good point.
So I think gold is powerful, but I do think that production is more powerful than I think we realize at the moment. And I think the meta is probably more cities than we're currently running with.
Yeah, I think so too. I think just getting more not even necessarily towns, but getting more cities faster is probably the way to go.
Yeah. Okay, I changed my capital. Where did I? Oh, here it's here. I was like, where is my capital?
I don't know if you've seen or if you've tried doing. I've been doing a little bit recently in a lot of my games where you can basically get your first settler by turn like 11 or 12 by shift entering your first turn scout production. I don't know if you've seen that or tried doing that.
I haven't seen that. That sounds really funny.
So your scout, your initial, when you build either a scout or a warrior, I think the way that the game handles it is that it's just a like stored amount of production of whatever the actual cost is for those. And if you just shift enter, there is production overflow in Civ 7 and it just stores it. And so a lot of the times what I do is I will shift enter until I get to 1 turn with the granary, and I try to go as much food focused on my tile improvements as possible.
Yeah.
And then once I get 1 turn on my granary, you can place it down 1 turn the granary, and then that'll be like turn 5 or turn 6.
Yeah.
And then you should be able to time it where you get enough food and production in your capital from shift entering that once you hit pop 5, your settler will be at 1 turn to build.
That is hilarious.
Yeah,
I didn't know
the fastest
about that.
I've gotten it was turn 11.
That's
it's a little.
funny.
There is some like trade-offs though. Obviously, you're not going to get any scouts out because you can't buy or build. You can't buy a scout because I think there's a trigger that is included with that where if you don't, build a scout or a warrior, it doesn't allow you to build or buy any units.
Right.
So
Do you
once
know? Does the production have to be used on a unit? Could you, in theory, unlock your first wonder and then?
No, you could. So yeah, you can use it for a wonder. So you could shift enter and then one turn a wonder if you wanted to. There's obviously, like I said, there's payoffs because there's trade-offs. Like you won't be able to scout anywhere and get any like goodie huts. You have no idea where you're. Even though you get that settler out on turn 11, turn 12, you don't know where you're going to settle because you haven't scouted anywhere.
Yeah.
You're also like behind on techs and civics because you haven't gotten any boosts or anything, and so there is a little bit of a payoff. But if you're wanting to be hyper greedy, that's a very, it's a very neat trick that you can do.
So funny. Oh, I love that. That's genuinely brilliant.
Yeah, and it's I've been using it a lot more because, and this kind of ties into the discussion that we were just having about more cities is better than fewer, where getting that, like doing that tempo is really important because you can get 3 cities by turn 18 or 19 if you do that, because there's production overflow. So once you finish your settler, you're going to have a little bit extra production overflow, and your second settler will probably take only about 3 or 4 turns to finish. And so you can usually get 3 cities out by like turn 18 or 19. It's kind of crazy. But obviously then you don't meet any city states, you don't get any tribal villages generally.
That's so brilliant, though.
Weighing the benefits.
That is. You see, that's the sort of ingenuity. It's being able to look at the game and you're like, right, okay, there's a mechanic here, and I think it can get broken. So I'm just going to shift end turn, or I'm going to try and break it. It reminds me so much of when people found the original Pantheon bug back on.
The Goddess of the Harvest.
Yeah. Oh, Civ 6. Yeah, where you could just be like, I'm going to have multiple copies of this bonus and just walk away with a holy site with like plus 80 on desert.
You would hit shift escape or something like that, right? At the same time.
That was it. It was so much fun. But like how people found that, it's like, I'm just gonna make the Pantheon and then press escape like at the same time. Like, why would you ever think to do that?
I think I spent about a good hour trying to just do weird things like that when we first got the game, because I was desperately trying to find something. Because I remember I was talking with Carl, and I was like, when we were in Baltimore, and I was like, it wasn't like really like a dare to try to find anything like that, but it was just like, I was like, I want to try to find something. And he was like, we've actually done a pretty good job, which they have. Like, there isn't really, a lot of weird shenanigans like that you can do. Another tip too I found recently is that if you don't want to be dragged into a war with your ally, but you still want to stay allies, just shift enter. It's the pop-up stays there. They still it just stays in limbo. It'll ask you every single turn if you want to, your allies at war, will you honor it? But you could still do all of your other diplomatic stuff. Like you can still do like alliances.
So
So if you just want to ignore them, you just shift enter. And they can't. They just stays there in limbo. I've had that happen multiple times.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's so funny.
It's really silly.
Oh man.
Unless I haven't tested it with the last like 3 patches, but that's how it was. Where if you just shift enter and you don't answer them, it just stays there, and they still go to war with that person. You just don't get dragged into it.
To be honest, it sounds like something I would believe, like that this is likely to work.
It probably still works, but those are some of that's what I've been trying to do recently, is just find like how can I get around doing some of these things, because I don't want to deal with them.
I don't want to play properly. Let's try and do something really odd. I love that.
Also, whoever makes a mod to organize resources by stacking them on top of each other.
Oh God, I know.
I will kiss them on the mouth.
I know.
Because I'm just watching you sit here going back and forth, trying to.
And you can't drag and click. You can't drag and click.
Just right click on something and it disassigns it from the or unassigns it from the thing. That would be so much better too. But there's so many resources. I'm just watching you.
Oh God, it's like. Well, I would also really, really enjoy being able to just like have some sort of automated thing that's like, hey, do you mind just sorting this for me? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I would like an arrangement which maximizes my production. Can you do that in cities? I guess this is kind of going to be the quick deals thing that we see, right?
Did Secret Attack already do that? Okay, I gotta look it up. Civ Fanatics. Let's go.
Did he actually? If he has, then like, oh my goodness. I mean, Secret Attack is forever the GOAT, but this would beyond anything.
Secret Attack forever and always. Amen.
Amen.
Let's go to the mod section.
Join as a dev?
For horizontal organizing units. Okay, interesting. I'm sure that probably won't be too difficult to change to resources, but let me see. Released mods. Secret Attack simple UI adjustments. Historicity. Secret Attack assorted adjustments. Oh, never mind. This is gameplay stuff.
It's the new age transition, and you have to tell every single one of your units to wait. I don't. I've got this one per city. There we go.
Oh, it's in the simple UI. Okay, thank you.
That is clever.
I haven't added the mods yet. I will shortly. I just haven't added them yet because.
Well, this is the only one that I've been using. The bigger map, which is a lot of fun, to be honest. Here we go, doggo. Ba-da-da. Not that they fixed this wonder yet. Not that I want them to.
No. That's something I'm trying to work on right now. Is a video for how like the highest. I probably shouldn't be detailing this for the world because then someone's gonna go do it. But whatever. Try it. Like how big of an empire can I get with Dogo Wansen?
Nice.
When they fix it.
I mean,
I'm sure someone's already done it.
It's still broken as of like this particular game, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. We get specialist. Where else am I going to settle? What do I want? I don't know what I want. I want fish. Do I want fish? Is fish?
Here it is. I found that. Okay, yeah. It's called the Artificially Intelligent mod. This is the one that I believe Roman Holiday is now collaborating with the creator of this.
God.
It is. It balances a lot of things. So here, I'm going to go ahead and read out the actual like updates for the core behavior changes.
Right. Yeah. Here we go.
We've got settler units now move more aggressively. Non-moving turn limit reduced from 5 to 1 makes settlers much quicker to reach their destinations. So I'm assuming there was probably issues where the settler. I mean, we've seen it where the settler will just go back and forth between like 6 tiles over and over again.
They do just sort of like jump around for some reason. Yeah.
City founding now a higher priority operation. AI will be focused more on expansion. Cool, more forward settling.
Oh God. I need there to be like people say they don't like loyalty, but loyalty needs to come back in some form. It really does.
It's funny how it was fixed and then what like literally once it was taken away, it was immediately just put back, like immediately back to Civ 6 vanilla.
I know. No.
What happened?
No, I was literally just saying like.
Oh yeah.
Don't take it away.
More balanced army composition for city attacks. So they generally balance their army minimum 3 melee units up to 12 range units.
Wow.
Settlers explicitly excluded from attack forces. I've seen that a lot where they will unload their army commander and there'll be a settler inside of it. Similar changes for independent city attacks. Okay, so independent city attacks do the same thing as well. They did some city operation stuff where they generally put new minimum requirements for city garrisons, melee unit, range unit. I don't know what this is about. I'm not going to worry about that.
No. No doubt it will be disgusting.
Yeah, and it looks like they also put some more priority on higher value placed on upgrades. more odds for attacking cities, and the AI is more likely to attack weakly defended cities. Interesting. Okay, so I'm really excited to play with this then. I saw Marbs was playing with it the other day, and he said it made it a lot more difficult. It still wasn't like, 100% perfect, because it's never going to be, but the AI actually defended.
Nice. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. If I'm apprehensive. I don't.
Loyalty has such an opinion swing. I think it was one of those things where we didn't realize how good we had it until it was gone. Type situation.
People didn't like the solution, but they got so distracted by not liking the solution that they forgot that the actual thing itself, that the problem that it was fixing, was worth fixing. It was. Oh man! Every time I go back to Civ V, it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
It's you can't play that game for more than 5-10 minutes before getting forward settled.
Before getting forward settled, then immediately denounced.
Yeah. What are you doing here? It's like, what do you mean? This is my land. I live here.
This is our land now.
Shh. It's fine. I'm here now. I always have been. It's fine.
If there's one thing that I really hope gets a little reworked, which it's not super imperative, but I think it definitely needs a little rework, is the I don't even know what you call them. I guess the way the AI feels about you and the triggers that happen there. So
yes,
if an AI forward settles another AI, I automatically get a -20 modifier applied to our relationship.
Yeah.
I feel like there should be some variance there.
Yeah. It feels like a bunch of things that happen to you affect your relationship. Whereas in a way that's I actually had nothing to do with this. You did something and now our relationship is doomed. Whereas it also feels like you can recover a relationship to an extent if it's really, really bad with reconciliation.
That's true.
And you can denounce it. But building it up is really, really tricky. So as soon as it goes wrong, you're never fixing it. That is broken the whole game.
Especially on Deity. I've noticed that a lot more because I've been playing some lower difficulty games recently just because I've been trying to test out stuff can I actually do this?
Sure.
And I found that the AI is way more forgiving of transgressions between you, whereas in Deity, for example, the forward settling thing just really seems to piss them off. Everything. It's I forward settled someone and you're not even on the same continent as I am. Sorry, I guess we're going to war now.
Yep, sorry. It feels like Deity, there is a huge looking on your army as well. If you don't have a standing army, you will just get attacked. There's nothing you can do. You have to keep a large army. Which is good.
Do we think World Congress is coming back? Someone's asking in chat.
Do we think World Congress is coming back? I can't see it staying out. I think it's too much of a core part of previous civs. It's in the same way that I think Faith as a resource will probably be coming back relatively quickly as well. Oh wow, hang on, look at this. 25 production on a military academy. Oh boy. That's pretty good. I don't mind that.
I've heard that is decent.
You have to be so careful not to look at the specialist yield rather than the adjacency yield. It's which is the actual better tile. Okay, it is a pretty good tile. That's fine. 25 production. That's awesome. Yeah, I could see them bringing Faith back as a thing a little bit, and I could see them bringing World Congress back. Definitely maybe having more of a diplomatic victory condition or legacy path.
That would make sense, being an actual UN world leader or something along those lines.
Yeah,
because it makes sense, right? The game ends basically at the Cold War, and the UN was founded in 1947 or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So it makes sense why there is no World Congress
yet. But maybe. But maybe. Let's go. I think we're going to go for communism, because communism is all about getting tons of science and expanding. And expanding is what we want to do, because we're going to go for expansionist stuff. Yes. I can see them doing that. I think Fourth Age, World Congress, I don't think so. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, I could see them putting ages in between the ages that are currently in the game."
Oh, I see.
I don't think they will. I think the only thing we're
No.
going to see is one at the end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if they did that, it would be the humankind problem all over again.
Right. The game would change too quickly. Yeah.
Too quickly, if they went too fast. I feel like the pace outside of the actual like scoring conditions before the transition, I think the length of the ages is like kind of the perfect amount. So making them any shorter would just be, there would be no.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have any time to enjoy your Civ.
Yeah. Why is there rail on these two tiles? I haven't unlocked rail yet. Nobody has. This is in the middle of nowhere. There's a literal wagon next to it. It's not.
There's like the whales. There was a pic. I think it was on Reddit. There was the picture of the whales with the railroad in it.
Yeah. The whale road.
It's only turn 5. Wait. What's going on?
I don't know. We've got a problem. If we refuse to talk about it, it will go away.
If you just ignore it.
If we just ignore it. Suppose if we just refuse to ever acknowledge it happened, we'll be fine.
That's what I do. Just any criticism.
Yeah.
If I ignore it, it doesn't exist.
Absolutely. Tis the true YouTuber way. How do you like the resource inventory soft reset on an age transition? It's the resource transition you can beat your head against and get really annoyed by it until you kind of get how it works. It's not random. All of the resources change from one thing to another every single time. It's a bit like all of the oil was all of the jade that I'd picked up and then another couple of resources that have disappeared. So you know exactly what stuff is going to change into what other stuff. The reset can be a little bit like galling, but it can be predicted. So it's not too bad. That's my humble take on that.
It'll be interesting to see if when they release like the SDK packaging, the modding tools, because it'll be interesting when they do that, because I was looking at the history of when they released them in previous games, and Civ 6 it took about 6 to 7 months, I believe. I think Civ 5 it was on release actually, but I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I know Civ 4 was pretty fast, but I'm wondering when they're gonna, if they do, if people are gonna be able to, like, what the actual limitations for, because it was pretty limited in Civ 6. Because I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do it. People are gonna immediately make mods where there's no age transition, where you can like lock your civs to one civ for the whole game, things like that.
I could see that happening. I think that will happen pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, that's true, JB. They were just XML. You could do it just from the base game, kind of like how people are doing right now.
Yep. Ooh, loads of stuff. That's nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really. I always get excited by the modding scene. The stuff that can get popped out it just forever blows my mind. The talent.
We
that
love
people
our
can
modders.
We do love our modders. It is incredible. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. Oh my lord! This is my secret superpower play.
Influence. Oh my god, I've been doing that so much.
Oh my god, did you just see how much I got from that? I was on 80 per turn. I just flipped 2 towns. I went to 90 something and then to 131. This just gave me 40 influence per turn. One of them.
It's so crazy.
Why? It's the islands. The islands seem to just do it. I guess it's because they've got more of a connection range, but like, or it's working as it should. Actually, that only gave 6. You know what? I sod it. I go for all of that. I just want to test this 12. You're not connected to anyone, so you might give me 2. Yeah, like nothing. Pointless. Rubbish. You disgust me. 163. Wait, that just jumped up again. Why did that just jump up again?
One of them was I didn't see which one it was, but one of them was like 8. I think it was like the third one before Kappa was like 8.
Right. This one will be quite a bit, I think. Nope, that was only 8. I don't
But
know.
this is something I've been doing. I noticed it maybe like 2 playthroughs ago,
Yeah.
where it was one of my Machiavelli games, and I was like, I just want to maximize how much influence I can get, so I can just spam everybody the entire game. And I started setting all of my talents to it, and I noticed one of them jumped up like I think it was like plus 12 influence. And I was like, wait, hold on. Let me test this out to kind of do what you're doing right now. And I think,
Yeah.
I mean, look, you've literally
31.
jumped up like almost
31
triple.
that one was. Wow.
Yeah.
That's mad. 31 in a
was
single.
like, this is
Oh, that's another
crazy.
31. Yeah. Okay. This is why just hitting your settlement cap and just going crazy is always worth it. 318
now. I'm gonna go back to the beginning before you were at 79
Oh, that's
before you
another
start
30 on that
turn
one.
6.
Another 30.
But you were at 79 at the beginning of this turn.
Hang on. Yep. Okay. 411.
You have quintupled your influence per turn just by doing that.
I am a man of influence, and I enjoy spreading my influence across the world. Yeah, this was my my hidden superpower in the Hamburg game. I don't think
really?
the others had quite figured out this one, so I got into a huge war with everyone at the end of the game. I don't know how that happened. Never seems to happen in my games at all.
No way.
I'm always
Never.
so peaceful, always so chill. But they didn't see me just piling the influence up, so I was able to just keep the war weariness on all of them.
Oh man.
It's the only way I survived. It was
That
otherwise
combat strength stacks up pretty hard.
it does. Oh, and then of course out comes the wonderful Tubman, and then
Oh yeah.
all things break. She's wild. She's absolutely wild.
I did a game with Harriet Tubman. It was on Deity because I was like, I need to, the only way I'm going to be able to utilize her war weariness ability is if the AI just declares war on me all the time.
Yeah.
And so I did that thing where I just forward settled and was a bully, and then I made sure I built Gate of All Nations as well. So I was starting with +7 war support every single time I went to war with people. It was, I mean, it basically rendered their deity bonuses like null at that point.
Yeah. It's so funny. I've actually noticed the AI does eventually stop declaring war on you. It's like, no.
We're just gonna be angry at you the whole game.
It's not worth it. We're not doing it. I'm sorry. You know why. You understand this.
He's like, I've done this twice. I won't do it a third time.
Can't wait for more lenses mods for seeing things like trade range. Oh man, lenses full stop. You can't have enough of them. That's yeah. Oh man, better lenses from Civ 6.
Better
That
lens would
mod.
be so nice.
I
don't know if you saw my like where I was talking about how there are more lenses baked into the game that I don't know if they just haven't added yet, or if it's, I don't know if you saw that, but
Yeah,
I found stuff
I think
in
I
the
did.
database.
Yeah, so do you reckon it's because they haven't implemented it yet, or do you think it's literally because they copied code from the last game and it's just?
I think it's a
still
bit of
there?
both, because some of the code definitely exists. There's some code in the database that is about when it comes to wars, where it's
Yeah.
like has all the other wars from previous, like Liberation War, Holy War, etc. Those are all copy and pasted, but there is like a specific suzerain war that wasn't in Civ 6 because that was like War of Protectorate or Liberation War, right? Those are the two wars you could do when a
Right.
city-state either died or got declared on.
Yeah.
But there is a specific suzerain war that is in the database that I'm sure that they'll add at some point. But that also exists when it comes to lenses as well. There's like hotkeys for lenses that are just in the database that are just not available right now. And
Yeah.
I don't know, like you said, I don't know if it's placeholder from Civ 6 to Civ 7 or if it's just, I don't know. Who knows what the actual answer is, but it's just, I saw that and I was like, oh, there's hotkeys to do that, but they just don't exist right now. That kind of sucks.
Yeah. So much of it. It's just like, come on. I want to see some stuff. You've got all these good ideas. Run with it. Be bold.
What a city range mod in Sutherland, so you know what resources are in range. I know that'd be good.
Yeah.
Anything to give us more visual clarity is always nice. I don't know if you saw the mod where it highlights discoveries when you find them.
No. That,
Yeah,
oh
I saw it
man,
on
that is an
Fanatics.
annoyance of mine. Okay, yeah, I need to go and have a look at the module. Oh, this is my favorite point. And then he run when I've hit a celebration, and now the broken population is
The
in
broken population.
every single one of my settlements, which means I have to go one by one and bore my stream absolutely stiff. Where they're like, come on, you don't need to do this every game. And I'm like, I do need to do this every game. It's so broken. Spiff beat me to this wonder by 1 turn in the lives. In fact, actually, I think it might have even been a tie. It was so annoying because I was like, ah.
That's so funny.
And then he was like, oh yes, because it's an exploit and it's broken and blah blah blah. And I'm like, I know.
Yeah, I know. You're not the only one who knows. I also know.
I have to smile and let him have his moment, and it's fine. But it's like, I know, Spiff. This is my wonder.
Should they be able to change merchants to be able to teleport to cities? So funny enough, Jeremy, there is in the modern age, there is a button that if you click the merchant and you click on the city, that the merchant will go to that city. But in the antiquity and the exploration age, that button does not exist. So I think it is there. It's just not implemented, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, two points on that then. So when we spoke to Carl, he seemed to be pretty keen on the idea that they liked the mechanic of you having to look after your merchants, or at least he was giving it the old PR swing of like, oh yeah, well there's a good side to this and blah 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 blah. So like at the time, I remember thinking, okay, this is a deliberate choice. This is something that they've done that they're not gonna change this. This is fine. But saying that, I have not tested this yet. Hang on, I want to test this. I've heard about this rumored button, but I have not clicked it yet.
You can also the thing is you could still move the merchant after you click the button too. So it's like it's still available to do so.
Okay, I'm gonna unlock it next turn. I'm gonna give this a go. This is something that I find like, because I did not notice this at all.
No, I didn't either until someone pointed it out in my YouTube comments. They're like, actually, you are right, but you're also wrong. You can do it. I was like, what are you talking about? And I had to open up Modern Age Advanced Start, and I was like, oh my god, you're right. You can do that.
What do you mean? I'm always right. I'm Bose.
I'm. You did call me infallible, so.
Infallible. That's what I've heard. That's what I've been told. Oh, look at that mountainous tundra, Torre del Panier. Oh, beautiful. 8 happiness each
8
time.
8 happiness. I heard that's pretty good.
I've heard it's pretty awesome. I've heard
I'll
it's...
grab more coffee. I'll be right back.
No worries. Should we change merchants to be able to teleport? Oh no, you were just reading this one. Doggy Onsen. The AI has 12 explorers running around. What's the most you've seen on a tile? The most I have seen pile onto a single tile was about like 18 to 20. I think it may even make a video very soon. I can't remember which video it was in. But it's in one of the videos coming up relatively soon. And it was absolutely hilarious. It was so many piled in on a single tile. I really loved it. Like, I remember looking at it and thinking, oh dear. Oh dear. That's not what they intended to happen in this instance. Oh well. Never mind. It was really funny. It was just this stack of explorers that just were like, boop, 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 all the way up. Explorers all the way up. Always has been. It was really funny.
Lucky for me, kitchen is right next to my desk, so.
Well, hey. What's the most explorers you've seen stacked on top of each other on the same tile?
It was in my most recent video, and it was... No, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't in the video. It was the most recent gameplay, and I think it was 36 I counted. It was a lot.
Nice. 30. I mean, that's crazy. Okay, I was just saying I had about 18. 36 is wild.
Oh yeah, see, there was the button right there on your merchant.
Yeah, hang on. Next turn, we're gonna have some fun because this changes merchants massively. This will absolutely change them for the better for me because I have not been using them anywhere near enough.
In one of the streams, they said you don't need to walk merchants in Modern, and this is intentional. So, it is intentional. I just don't know if I agree with the decision to do it. Like, I get why, because it's a bigger map or whatever, but it's also like, I mean, I don't know. I never get my merchants. Can you even attack merchants anyways?
You can't. No, they're like missionaries. You kind of glide over the top of them as if they weren't there. But you can kill the trade routes that they make.
Yeah. So it's like, it's almost, I get why walking them, but it's also like, if they can't be attacked, then like, what's the point of having to walk them?
Sure.
In the first place.
Sure.
Because I thought that's when Carl was talking to us about that in the first place. I was like, oh, you can attack the merchants. Then that's why you have to walk them. And then now that I think about it, I'm like, wait, you can't actually attack the merchants then.
Yeah. No, I think it's just the trade routes that you can attack that get left. Oh god. Micromanagement will disappear in the end stages of the game. That's
I mean, it's like, to be fair, it's like, the bug or whatever, but also at the same time you're like,
all right. Oh god. And now it's so ridiculous. I love this particular combo with Kema is so funny because you have the quarter that gives you production every time you get a tech, and then you suzerain a scientific city-state, which gives you a tech, and then every single time you get a suzerain after that point, it gives you a tech, and you just it's like, please.
It's like, oh, thank you for all the free techs.
Thank you for all the free techs, but I really wanted to do something else with my day. Please let me go. Let me go.
God, the 408 influence return is just crazy.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
0 turns.
Oh god, why is this in the game? Why? Why did they put the flippin' university in the game? Why? Out of all of the old universities, why would you put this one in? I don't get it. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna grumble.
I actually don't know the distance Arctic. I believe it's probably the same distance as trade routes, 10 tiles when it comes to roads.
Yes.
But that's something I still have not figured out.
Yeah, I think, at least in antiquity, the roads currently just connect settlements 10 tiles. 10 is the most. And it's not as the crow flies. It's like you physically have to count around. And the roads can't have really big bends in them. So at the beginning of the game, you can have problems with navigable rivers. Like settling near navigable rivers is a total bugfest. Because if I put Berlin there, and then I have a settlement there, there's no way it connects up. Like that it won't know. Like it may even put the road in, but it just isn't connected. This one was fine because this is on the coast. So that will connect around, but this one isn't. So and I think that distance does get longer later into the game, because a lot of the connections that are broken earlier on do end up fixing themselves later.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But why is anyone's guess.
I don't know. I even looked, like when I was scouring the database, it has, the actual amount of when it comes to the tiles, etc. But when it comes to roads, it just says route 2, and there's no like actual physical like number. It just says route 2, and then it references another sheet that just doesn't exist or we don't have access to that I can't find. So there is a lot of that, which is probably they're all probably packages that we just can't access without the modding tools.
Right.
There's a lot of that in the database.
Gotcha. I just have this image of you like hacking into the mainframe of the game, just like a wild animal hitting a keyboard repeatedly.
It was really funny because it was one of the days where I wasn't editing, and my girlfriend comes home from work, and I have SQLite open, SQLite Studio open. I have the database open, and I have a spreadsheet on my other two monitors, and I'm scouring. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, we figured out a way to like copy the databases of the game that we're playing into a SQL database folder, and it's pretty easy actually." And she was like, "Okay."
Can leave you to it. That would be my reaction. I would look at you and I'd be like, "You cool? Good? All right.
You good?
You're winning, son?"
Yeah, I'm looking at numbers. I don't know what they do, but there's a lot of them.
I would have no clue. Absolutely no clue. But I'm glad we have clever people that are digging into it, because Christ almighty, I would have no idea what was going on. Pose hunched over open. Yeah. I'm in.
I've built roads successfully.
I have been known to build a road.
I've been known to build a road.
Mm-hmm. Up to 30 settlements now. We can get more. We can go higher. We must.
Bigger number, better person. That's what I always say.
Yeah, I've heard that people can only be defined not by their thrones, but by a bigger number. I mean, yeah, I do like the modern age, but there is a lot of like redoing stuff. I would quite enjoy if merchants didn't just entirely vanish between ages. If there was some sort of longer trade route mechanism. I don't know what it would be, but that would be cool.
Like existing trade routes or something along those lines.
Yeah. Something that would just like, or give you the option to be like, oh, as part of your economic golden age, you start with trade routes in place. Yeah. That would be cool.
I could even see that. I could even see it being like you get, I mean, because there is like a gold per X amount of resource you got. And I could see it that like the gold from your trade routes from the previous age carry over. Because it's not like, you're trading between nations just kind of stops at that point.
No.
I could see something along those lines.
They're ignoring
you get your trade routes free or whatever. Yeah, it really is. It's one of those units where I almost feel the same way about builders. Whereas if the traders went away and it just kind of became a simplified, and this is kind of funny because I like builders because there's a lot of strategic things you can do with builders. But I feel with trade routes, I wouldn't be mad if it was just like you unlocked a trade route, like click button, now you trade with this city or something like that. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. Okay, so is it literally just with the merchant? If I click on St. Petersburg and just press confirm.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it'll travel there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Right? And then
how did I not realize? I've been walking them like an absolute pleb this entire time.
You know what that comes down to? Something I've been harping on about since August of 2024.
What could that be?
Visual clarity of the UI.
But it's so clear. It's so clear.
Because I literally did not see that confirm button was there until someone pointed it out to me. It's like I had blinders on. Like, do I want a positive button? No, it doesn't exist.
Oh my god, this is so much easier.
It's a
little bit laggy. I won't lie.
It is a little laggy. I think it's the lens screen, the settler lens screen. It's whenever you because it happens whenever you just try to trade normally too. It's whenever the colors pop up, it lags the screen.
Yeah. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't know, the direction the trade routes are currently going in is wild. I don't know how the pathing is working, but they need to consult a map. Oh, there's Neddy here. Hey! Yeah, no, Bose is schooling me on stuff that I've managed to miss in the modern age, and you can just insta-travel your merchants.
To be fair, you've been conditioned. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You've been conditioned from the previous 2 ages to not look for a button there, so that's probably why.
Yeah. So, like, I feel fair to have missed this, but at the same time...
how distances for trade routes are measured from city center to city center, border to border, city center to city center.
Oh, is it? I thought it was border to border. I've been telling people wrong. There you go.
Yeah. I've tested it out a couple different times where it's the actual trade. I put a city center, or I settled a second city. I was out of range for everything. It was 10 tiles and 11 tiles from the city I wanted to trade with, and the 11 tiles was too far, and once I put it right on the 10 tiles, it was right in range. So that was on the antiquity age. So it's city center to city center. It's kind of like how it's calculated the same way as like Colosseum is in Civ 6, where it's city center from the radius of the actual Colosseum tile.
Gotcha. Makes sense. There you go. That was our 31st. I think a lot of things are too. So we've got 31 settlements rocking now.
Jesus Christ.
And 443 accumulated influence. And look at my resources.
Yeah, the influence. Yeah, I can't. The mod that Sucretac save us.
You are our only hope. Please save us, Sucretac. Please, don't abandon us. Oh God, this is horrendous. Why? I need a button that just says, please sort my problems out. I have too many problems. Just put it all in. I don't care. I don't care what it is. Just make sure everyone gets one. That's all that matters. Oh my God. Please. I just pity console players. I'm gonna be picking up so many mods so quickly, and it's just gonna be like easy button by Staples. Is this an actual mod? Is it? I wish it was.
Oh, I think there's the physical. Have you seen that? It's the button. It's like a big red button that you press on it and it goes easy. I think that's what they're referencing.
I do know the one. Why
Yeah,
are there
that
so
was
many?
easy. Yeah, exactly.
What's with the little? There's like these little rail markers just randomly in the middle. I've noticed this a bit about the way the railways are spawning at the moment. I don't know why it's doing that. Odd.
Poor VR players.
I know. Imagine being whisked across the map as a merchant, and
Lord.
Oh God! Right, here we go. Now we can put some factories down. Now we can play the proper resource game. Yay! Everyone excited? I know I am. Let's build factories. It's the best minigame. 15 production factory is pretty good. I'll take that. It's not.
Have you played Mongolia in the exploration age yet?
I have played them only as like a guide. I haven't like spent too much time with them.
Okay.
Why?
Very, very similar to how not as crazy as Hawaii for the settlement limit stuff, but getting one free settlement by just going down the entire Mongolia tree is pretty crazy. And all the bonuses you get from cavalry too is pretty. Mongolia is really good.
Yeah. How many settlements do you get as Mongolia?
You get 4 extra ones just from their unique civic tree. Yeah, they have 5 unique civics, and 4 of them give a settlement limit.
Yeah. So they obviously can get military points differently, but they can still get them the normal way, right? Unless I'm thinking about this. So they're just insane then.
They're very, very good, and Keshigs are very, very good because they also count as cavalry units. So you get what I do is I've been playing, I think it's the Moria first in Antiquity, because one of their policies, their traditions is that infantry and cavalry get bonuses being adjacent to each other. Okay. And so you just stack Keshigs in between your cavalry, and Keshigs count as cavalry, so they still get bonuses from the infantry.
Gotcha.
It's really good.
Fair enough. I mean, that does sound a lot of fun. Fair play.
And then you just get extra cavalry bonuses from being Mongolia, like extra combat strength through, I think it's the 4 Hounds mastery. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I believe that's what it is.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but
here's the exact name. That's the only one that I remember. The 4 Hounds.
Yeah. I know your game.
I don't know how you feel about, because this is one reason why I haven't played a lot of the modern age, and I'm watching you do it right now throughout the age.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the amount of, I guess it really is what you're talking about earlier, the micromanagement that you have to do? Because once you get to the later stages of the game, I am starting to get that like feeling of, I don't necessarily care what building I put down. I just need to put down a building in these cities because I have like 15 of them.
Grouped actions. I am all about grouped actions. If you can do multiple things in like one command, that makes such a difference.
Yeah, that's true.
It's why something like Quick Deals was such an amazing mod, is because you could bypass all of the like screen by screen by screen and just go like, what information do I need? Where are the deals? Blah blah blah. So for me, it would be really, really cool if I could just press a button and like sort out all the factories. Just like, where are they? What's going on? Right, here we go. Done.
That's actually a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Just like slapping all of them down on one part of the screen and being like, I'm gonna put all of my resources in the factories and not have to
Yeah.
I mean, I like, even though it sucks, there is a button that says like you can uncheck show towns, show yields, and only show factories. It would be nicer if it was a little bit more organized.
Well, you can hide factories, but you can't only see factories. So like that, you see, that would be really useful, because then you could actually be like, well, where are all my factories? Can I move them around?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I never clicked the button, so I assumed if you clicked show yields and show towns, it would hide all the ones that don't have factories.
No.
Sorry, that's on me for thinking that something would work the way
Bose, come on now.
Sorry, my bad.
We've been through this. This is not this isn't Sid's vision. This is not what he wanted. He wanted endless button mashing like this. Yeah, I wish it could be like, okay, this is coffee. Coffee is now in this factory. Press a button, bam, it just absorbs all the coffee. That would be insane.
That would be very nice. Are you planning to build some wonders in that capital?
That's I think it's empire-wide, isn't it? I might be wrong.
I don't know, just like all the coffee was in that city and it was like plus 5%. And it was just really funny.
Yeah. I think the resources that you put in factories are empire-wide. So like the more of it you crank out, the better.
All the Berlin people only drink coffee, true.
Yeah, literally, that's all we do. That's it. What I'm doing is I'm currently finding settlements that I can put a port down into, because that will massively extend the amount of resources you can put in a settlement. And then when I put the factory down, which is not working it out, after that point, it means I just have to faff around less, because there's more resources in a single place, which is good. I've got 900 influence. I keep forgetting about how much I have. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. Thank you very much. 6 turns. Done. Don't care. Quickly. Get in.
Influence anyways.
Or even like in the process of cutting down on late game clicking, it would be good to be able to go to my towns and say, hey, unless you hear anything else, if you get a population, pick a farm.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good point.
That would be useful, because at the moment
that would cut down. I mean, it reminds me a lot of they definitely need a multi-queue button similar to that, like how they had in Civ 6, where you could just queue up projects in every single other city on the same screen.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to just be able to sort every single town and be like, choose a random tile. Like, I don't care.
I don't care. You literally,
because
you
it is
could
nice,
have anything here. I could not care. Please just sort it out. Please make it go away. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I think I missed the Civ question. We just were listening to Georgia. That's good.
Yeah, and unmuted and heard us doubly twice, and so I had to like concentrate really hard to hear who it was.
Yeah. The Dego Onsen micro sucks. It does and it doesn't. It's not supposed to suck. It is 100% me using a wonder that is currently broken. Like, the game is not to be blamed. Well, it is kind of, but it's not. It's not intended to work quite like that. So like, it's self-inflicted micro, that bit. Right. We should be generating tons of points now. Oh no, it still takes forever because it's not balanced on online speed. I forgot about that. Never mind.
Oh, are you playing on online right now?
I am.
That would make sense. I've been playing on online a lot lately when I want to test something, because sometimes the game can take too long to do what I want to do.
Mm-hmm. It's really good for leveling your leaders. If you want to get a bunch of experience,
that's
really
true.
quickly,
I didn't even think about that.
You can race through the game. But how have I suddenly got 34 settlement limit? What happened? I need more. We haven't got enough settlements, boys. More. Always more. Always. Quick, just make sense.
I'm like, I've been trying to figure out, because I want it to eventually, how long it's going to take to 100% Civ 7 when all the expansions and DLC comes out, because it's gonna take a hefty amount to just do it in vanilla with all the mementos and all the experience and the
Yeah.
Foundation experience.
Hey, I'm not saying that anyone as ethically conscious as either you or myself would even ever consider this. But let's say, for instance, that certain things could just get unlocked via mods without having to grind them. Would you ever consider that, or are you gonna be 100% authentic and grind out every single one of your mementos?
For the content, I'll actually grind it out, but we'll see. Maybe I'll have like a second account that has modded to have everything.
Do you remember me complaining about the fact that they weren't giving me experience at the beginning? That was infuriating. I lost like 4 games worth of leaders experience at the beginning.
That's so crazy.
I
And
know.
that's like 3 levels per leader too per game.
Mm-hmm. It haunts me. Like when I try and sleep, all I can think about is all that missed XP. It's there somewhere. What does it mean by distant land start? What did you do? I broke the game. It's the short answer to this one. I'm currently using a mod which lets me play on a map 2 sizes larger than the map that is normally given by Civ. So at the moment, I think it's tiny, small, and standard. So this mod unlocks large and huge maps, which are in the game, but are locked behind a sort of a wall of safety and sanity that we should not breach. Cthulhu is also behind that same wall. And one of the problems of this mod is I was supposed to start over here. That even revealed the map for me, but it didn't. My founder was spawned over here on distant lands. So we had a start where we had all of this coca and sugar and all of these treasure resources from turn 1 on the Antiquity Age. And it was an incredibly funky experience that did not work as intended, but was a lot of fun nonetheless. So that was good. I enjoyed that. But yeah, it was very fun. We figured out actually some of the stuff is like what is working and why. So we figured out by starting on distant lands, if you have all of the prerequisites to get those treasures, you don't generate treasure fleets. But as soon as I moved, as soon as I moved to another continent, I was generating treasure fleets, you still have to bring them back to the distant lands in order to. Yeah, it was really funky, but we made it work, just about.
And imagine if you could just press your little finger on the shift key and then click through the tech tree right now. With all those 0 turns.
Don't. Please. Oh, look. Oh, it's a celebration. Oh, God. No.
Let's one pop again.
No. Yay. It's my favorite thing. Oh, that's on fire. There. All that. I do like that. I like the ability to fix the damage on stuff. That is nice. Quality of life, not having to turn 1 by 1, put repairs for a builder queue. That's quite nice.
That's very nice. You're right.
Yeah. So this is the point now where, to be honest with you, what I'm picking up is not efficient. This is not like picked. This is very much just like click on something.
It's just like you're at that point. Yeah, I wish there was a fix all though. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's just like, I mean, obviously the Dogo onsen bug doesn't help, but at this point you're just like, how can I get through these screens as fast as possible?
Yeah.
Which is unfortunately, which I mentioned before, why I generally don't play a lot of the modern age lately, because it's just I find myself getting to that point where to be fair, in Civ 6, I guess you do kind of do the same thing when it gets to the late game and you have like 29 cities. You just like put down the campus, get all the campus buildings, and then put that onto just campus research grants for the rest of the game. So I guess that isn't any different.
Yeah. But I guess
that's so it's kind of like an unfair comparison for me to make.
Well, in Civ 6, I guess as settlements were expanding and growing, though, you didn't have to allocate population every time. There was no extra step, so that has actually been made slower by adding that really extra sort of point. I don't know. I don't know why I'm just building more stuff in the hope that it will speed everything up. Factory. Yeah. Port and factory.
Right. I think I gotta go make some lunch.
Thank
I
you
am
so much
hungry.
for spending Valentine's Day with me. I have appreciated it.
Yes. My first Valentine's of the day before the second one later on.
Have a lovely day. It was really, really good chatting. Thank you so much for stopping
Bye,
by.
Pat. Make good choices.
Will do. Will do.
All right,
See you in a bit. Bye bye. Oh, Bose. Oh, he's a lovely sausage, isn't he? He's a lovely gent. Good to have him on stream anytime. Yeah, I'm just, as my towns are now growing, I'm just going to specialize them all. At this point, we're going now into Ursa is playing on a stream mode, and he's just pushing things to make it go quicker. 517. I don't know about lovely, but I'm sure a sausage. It's true. It's true. Ursa and both. Oh dear. So what we're going to do now is we're basically just accumulating railroad points, which are taking forever, but we have a bunch of resources. So we can do this quickly as long as we can fill our factories out fast, which we should be able to do. I mean, look at this. Like the capital, for instance, is working this really quickly now. 8 points per turn. Just the more we build, the faster we move. And we should start laughing, especially because, I mean, rail station wise, factory wise, we can afford to basically build one of these in every turn, which is pretty crazy. The tricky thing is then just finding it in the list. Well, here it is. There you go. Fish, 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 fish. Nice. America must not be in the game for coal to have not been invaded yet for all that oil. I know. I think America might be in the game. Yes. We have a Hamiko. Hamiko America. These are the yields, by the way. Don't worry about my yields in comparison to everyone else's. It's only turn 13 of the modern age. It's only turn 13. I think I'm quickly realizing that large maps are not particularly balanced. This is the big takeaway from me playing a map this size. It's been a lot of fun, but I think smaller maps are definitely more balanced. 6 turns. And then... Oh, you're going to claim these people, are you? No. Don't think so. Check out his final drawing every day for the law. Yeah. Go and have a look at my drawing. It kind of explains it a little bit. Or it kind of hints at it. Story, maybe, is more than that. Oh, extra gold. Bam. Combustion. Free tech. And now I have to re-pick everything now. Let's build some wonders. Why not? I keep seeing that wonder and I'm like, no. Don't want it. Yeah, the large maps are... I mean, it's just the size of it. The size of it is the wild thing. But the thing is, I could have this settlement cap on a regular map. When I say large maps, I mean just large playstyles. Going to 31 settlement limit, 34 I've got at the moment. This is where the time is taken. This is where we are having to wait a little bit here. Let's go for this. I've got so much overflow that I'm just one-turning every tech at the moment and every civic. Don't complain. It is what it is. You're going down there. You go down to him. Cordoba. And I'm going to get another settlement capacity very soon as well, so we'll have to find somewhere else to go. Somewhere that'll be tasty. Up here. Lovely. Imagine the developers hard-coded the AI to never build that wonder, so you just have to stare at it every turn. Imagine if they did that. I was very, very grateful that when Roman Holiday did his AI mod, he coded in that university to be really prioritized by the AI. They really, really went for it, which was great because it meant I never had to worry about avoiding it in games. It was always gone. was never in my my remit to get it, which was quite nice. We're building loads of wonders here. Look at all the factories and the rail stations. The game, for all of its like quirks and issues, it is beautiful. Like the actual visuals of the game are insane. I really do enjoy it. Really, really good. Really pretty. Can we mod it into Cambridge? That would be a little bit better. I would appreciate if we could mod it into Cambridge. Can we do that? Is that a mod we can do? Please. Please. Let me do it. And bam. Yes. Got flight now. I'm just racing through the tree to get to rocketry as soon as we can. We're going for an economic victory. I do want to go for an economic victory here. But we're racing through this as quickly as we can. Oh, no, you don't get to denounce me because I am the influence man. it's just what I do. No, you can't denounce me either. I am generating 521 influence per turn at the moment. You don't get to. Sorry. Soz. There's another tech, which means I now have to re-put down everything. Let's start building aerodromes now. So many planes. So many planes. Maybe we just go to Future Civic. Oh wow, that's half the time on that wonder has just disappeared really quickly. That's amazing. Let's go for a rail station. And then a factory. And then a port. Not true. The clever men at... Oh, almost said it. The clever men at... Oh, that was close. That was close. They don't know anything. Ignore them. Nothing. Nothing that we need to worry about anyway. I tell you what, I need more oranges, so we're going to just buy in a merchant in a second. Yeah, and then we'll get more trade routes. Almost. I almost said it then. Got my heart. Got my heart right. To really think about that. More hub towns. Oh, yeah. These are still just gloriously broken. Now up to 600 influence per turn. Just 600. That's all we need. Nothing much. Just a little 600. Okay. Oh my goodness. The settlement limit keeps going up. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. It just is. It just continues. Oh, the tycoon is beginning to go up though. That's good. Ostia. Repair. Okay, we're good. I know, 35. I feel like we can continue growing this out as well. That's the hilarious thing. It may not even be at its absolute full. It may be able to just keep growing. Oh, wow, we're gaining population now on every turn. Social policy slot. We need more of those. There's just more tech. Which means our production is reset again. Which means I get to now put this down again. Transoceanic flight. I'm going to start doing the wonders because I can. Let's go for the radio station. Why not? Something I've noticed is very funny with Civ 7 is that Ben Franklin seems to be Mr. Civ 7, given how many thumbnails I see him in. You've kind of got a combination of things going on with Mr. Franklin, which I think is really interesting. You have the fact that he is a very, very good leader. He's very, very good. So A lot of people like him, quite rightfully. You've also got the fact that a lot of the audience of YouTube is American. And Americans, and this is as a European, I am saying this, Americans are rather famous for really being into other Americans, right? If you do anything with American like leaders or history, the audience in America just eat it up. I don't know why. You just love to see other American stuff, and I respect that. So you've kind of got the double whammy, and then also he's sort of a quite popular leader as well. So it's kind of all things going in one. Yeah. I know. Harriet Tubman. Thing is, Tubman is one of the best leaders in the game. One of the best in the game by a long way. She's absolutely fantastic and a lot of fun to play. A lot of fun to play. Well, we're looking for oranges now. Hang on. Sparta has one. One over there. So anyone's got double. One over there. No. All right. So we want with Ivan. Hello. Trade relations. I'll have to do that next term. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to running a couple of games with her. She could be a lot of fun. Merchant, merchant, merchant. Factory. Nice. Oh, actually, 1, 2, 3. There you go. All factory resources. So we just need more citrus now. Everything else is just chilling. Yeah, I mean, we're generating a lot of points quite quickly now, but just not quick enough. In your Ivan game, most of your Godden influence didn't transfer to the modern age. Did you get an answer as to what the cutoff is? No, I haven't got an exact answer. I know there's a cap and then a percentage threshold. They kind of apply together. I don't know what the exact numbers are, though. But I need to figure it out. I think this entry has so much India. 3 Indias, 2 Ashokas, and a new Rani leader coming in. Yeah. India has definitely been represented well in this game. Which is good. Which is always good to see. Okay. I mean, as you can see, we're just specialisting absolutely everywhere right now. Which is wild. Oh my goodness. Like, I don't really care. 5% extra science for every city-state. It's getting worse. 2,500 science now. Look at that. You don't feel like she'd be the one to lead a nation? I think she'd be amazing at leading the nation. Thing is, right, is that normally the people that end up leading nations are very rarely the ones that are the most qualified. They tend to just be the ones that want to. Because it's very difficult. So you put a lot of effort into it, right? It's a very difficult career path to become a politician or a diplomat or anything like that. Or a dictator or a king. Very difficult job to get that one. It's very difficult to then follow it through and end up in charge of a country. So it tends to go to the people that put all the effort in. Rather than the people who are actually best at the job. It's my take anyway. We don't talk about England. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about England. Both of these things we don't talk about. England is my poor England. Where's England? What have we ever done? What have we ever done in history to deserve a place on a game? Nothing. Nothing is what we've done. We barely deserve to get included. Oh dear. Don't talk about Bruno. It's true. Okay. More resources now. Bit of extra science from T. Bit of extra happiness. Looking good. Actually, I could probably buy something in this to make it even better. Again, we've got just more citizens to put down. As a wildcard policy slot. Oh, I was going for down diplomatic because we've got so many alliances. We can just get more yields, which is really funny. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh no, squadron commanders. It gets worse. Okay, so Ivan, you needed trade relations so that I could go to Sparta. Next one was Confucius. Like so. More citrus. And more citrus. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go for the gold. Oh, no, can't go for that one. Himiko. Ta-da! So now we got loads more resources. Oh, loads more. Yeah. In fact, I've actually got too many. I overdid it. Okay. We're racing through now. This is good. Nice. Freshwater there? Nope. We'll settle there instead. Right on the border with them just to annoy them. It's crazy that Rome is here but Britain isn't. Such a natural progression. Yeah. A DLC will fix that, no doubt, in time. Elon, maybe not as a leader. He's more of an American thing. We don't really care about him too much outside of America. He's one of those people that just makes a lot of waves on the internet and in Reddit, but actually over here in Europe, meh. Bring me the Cybertruck. I saw a Cybertruck when I was in Baltimore for the first time. I saw him for the first time in Baltimore, and they're massive. I didn't actually realize how big they were. That was the most mind-boggling thing for me, was just how massive they were. I mean, this is such a typical, like, old person way of looking at it, but I looked at a Cybertruck and I was like, blimey, how does anyone park that? I would not reliably be able to put that into a parking space without crunching into something. That's wild. Like, the skill to move something that big. But then I also get, I have a lot of respect for people that drive like lorries and stuff for exactly the same reason. I don't think I'd be very good at that. Break the sound barrier, 2 turns. Yes. Let's do that. It looks like a dumpster on wheels here. You park it on top of other cars. It's the American way. Is that so? Do they stack like sandwiches? Is that what it is? I didn't know that. Good to know. Come on, we need to push through. Rocketry now. Yay! Celebration. Oh no. Not a celebration. Oh no. You know what that means. You know what that means. I'm not even looking. I'm not even looking where I'm putting them. I'm just clicking on something that's green. I miss the population counter from Civ 6. That is one thing I will say. I am missing that. I'm also missing the ability to have population just automatically pop itself down. That's why I haven't got to manually do this every time. The pop counter. So like along the top of the game, you would always keep track of the population of your nation. I think it was a mod that did it, but it was very handy. I mean, you always had a good sense of just like how much stuff was going on in your nation. Yeah, it's really handy. Okay. Another factory somewhere. There it is. Nice. Inventory company. Cool. Don't need that. Buildings. Yay. I don't mind the game, but it doesn't feel like the same series. It does. I honestly think it feels like a Civ game. It's a different sort of Civ game, but I can see the iteration. I can see the gentle sort of sway from one game to the other. It is very different, though. Like, I'll give you that. It is very different. Oh, we should have actually bought that gold first. That would have been really clever. That would have saved us a bunch of stuff. Oh, it's the redwood. Oh, nice. I didn't even see that. How willing is the AI willing to give you all of their cities in peace was patched? They won't give you more than one. I've never seen a peace deal where they will give you more than one settlement. They will give you one. Okay. You're declaring war on me. Fine. Is this because you're at war with my ally? Oh. This is some sort of big alliance war, I think, that's going on here. Okay. Charlemagne is in as well. So, unfortunately for them both, a couple of things are not playing into their favor. So, firstly, I have the military attribute point that gains me 1-3 war support on all of my wars. I also, right at the beginning of the game, built this. The Gate of All Nations, which gives me 2 support on all wars. I've just had that sat around. That was a surprise war on me because I've got really good relations people. So that's currently 6 war weariness. And then, unfortunately for them, Tecumseh is gaining 39 influence per turn. Charlemagne is gaining 10 per turn. I am gaining 675 influence per turn. -8 will do nicely. -7 will do. Amazing. Okay, so that's I don't even know where their armies are, to be honest with you. Defenseless settlement, take me there. Where is it? Here. Oh, they're here. Ah. All right. What's the unique Prussian unit? The Hussar. 1 movement, 1 combat strength for every movement it has remaining. How many times have I upgraded it? I feel like level 2, level 3. So it is level 3. 60 strength. I'm just going to buy some hussars. Sod it. Now all of my cities have them. My trade routes. Trade routes are a little bit annoying, but there is something I could do about that if I wanted to. I can get this one, which is I can establish and retain trade routes with civilizations I'm at war with. So we will pick up that now, actually. That's probably not a bad idea. Prussia can trade with people even though they are at war, which is relatively entertaining. Redwood. So I've actually split Redwood between 2 settlements there, which means the Redwood bonuses are being split. It's quite nice. Say that. Oh, I can't reject it. No, people are denouncing me and my communist ways. Not my communist ways. Oh. Okay. Just fill the production queue up. I don't care for you. Oh, launch pads. I do care for you. Admittedly, I do care for you. You don't have any space for a launch pad, admittedly. You do, though. You do, though. Cool. Okay, so we lost a couple of resources here, but that's fine. Oh, that's not connected, apparently. That'll do. How many points are we on? Oh, we're quickly getting to this now. Okay, that's good. We're actually gaining quite a few points. $771. 826. 888. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a thing. Fact, actually. Just buy the launch pad hit. And I'll get the city to do the satellite. There you go. I'd like to discover the map. Yeah, Ursa, what do you think about the strength of natural wonders? Does it feel right? If like some of them are quite weak or if they're not. Yes, some of them are really quite powerful, but I don't really know them enough yet, to be honest with you. Oh, there's my rocket. I don't know them enough now. Hey, I heard you liked square continents. Look at that. Bum, bum, bum. This is a fractal map. It's quite entertaining. Buy in some defensive fortifications anywhere that's being attacked. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Combat strength from city-states. Oil. Player relationships. Combustion. Okay. Military aid. This is pretty brutal. Okay. 10 war weariness. Look at that. Look at that. And then I'm just going to go bam. Smash straight through. Oh, I love it. That's great. Yep. Where we're going, we don't need troops. We can just one-hit everything. Oh, dear. That's brilliant. Have I seen Roman Holiday's scheming? Yeah, Bose was just telling me about it, actually. He was just telling me about all of the hilarious scheming that's going to go on. It does look quite funny. There's flight. Oh, hang on. If I get a tech, I'll get some production. So if I do this properly, staffed space flight with 6 turns, and then I will get the artifact. which gives me radio, which now gives me a bunch of production, which is just taking a turn off that. Then I'll go for the nickel, which gives me a tech, which is now taking a turn off that. By the time I get a commander out, it's going to be too late. Like, trust me on that. Trust me on that. It's going to be too late. I don't like these cities are they are already forfeit. If I wanted them, I would hand them. Oh, hang on. No, that is just the staffed space flight. That was 3 turns just done in one go. Kemmer is very overpowered as an antiquity civ, and the unique quarter really does speed. So that was 6 turns worth of spaceflight in one. Just from city-state abuse and... Maya, sorry, the Mayans. Yeah, whichever one has the... Oh, you know what I mean, the Mayans. Oh my goodness. That is so funny. That is so funny. I meant to get the economic victory. Oh, is that turn 20? Oh dear. Oh dear. Turn 20. That is entertaining. Xerxes is so powerful because the amount of settlements you get is wild. Like, look, you can't quite see it, but let's just have a look at these stats. 4,800 gold, 832 influence per turn, 3,000 science, 3,000 culture, 1,000 happiness, and I didn't even use my full settlement limit. I actually had 1 spare, which is pretty crazy. I mean, I barely got any legacy points there. Didn't do any ideology. Barely got anything out the ground. But I did win 29 points overall, so that's pretty useful. View Legends report. Hey! Level 7! I got to level 7! Yay! So I meant to get... Basically what we would have done if we were going to go economic was... I was just going to finish off on the factories, which would have finished in like 2 or 3 turns because of the amount of resources I had. Then I would have had a banker, and it would have been 18 turns of waiting for them to go around the map because there's 9 capitals. I would have had to have gone bank, move, bank, move, bank, move. It would have been really slow and really painful. So I'm glad we didn't have to do that. We got this accidentally. Oh, militaristic attribute node. 5 combat strength for all units against districts. That's a really good one. Oh, he's going to be my new favorite. He's going to be my new favorite. I can just tell already. I don't know what the leader level cap is. I think you stop getting stuff unlocked after 10. Don't know actually. You don't unlock anything after 10, but I don't know how that really kind of... You probably do keep going up. I haven't seen the max, so we'll see. But 7 is now that's my highest now. Before, my highest was Confucius and then Catherine the Great and Himiko. But yeah, that's a lot of XP. Now I've still got a lot of quests to do. I didn't understand the orbit of heavenly bodies, or I didn't reshape the world by war. I just won. I just won. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'm going to go and have a rest because my voice is nice and tired now. Good 4-hour stream, Matt. It was really, really good fun. Nope, wasn't the score victory. We got the science victory. The science victory is what we got that. Nowhere near the score victory. That was a huge amount of fun. Thank you so much for playing, everyone. For watching. It's been my pleasure. I've been Ryan. Good night. Good night.